Chapter 637. Concubine Yuan said, "My Taoist technique is the great art of ice, soul, cold light. This technique takes the concept of the reincarnation of heaven and earth, the concept that the earth will one day be frozen. I had painstakingly cultivated for 10 years in the icy plains of the great northern wasteland." Zhou Tong nodded slightly. He knew all these things. The world of the young god world operated like this. This world had been born for countless billions of years. However, every 10 million years, the earth would be frozen again, just like winter. After 10 million years, it would slowly thaw, and life would once again appear between heaven and earth, and all living things would multiply. The entire young god world's boundless world was constantly reincarnated like this. Concubine Yuan's great art of ice, soul, cold light was formed from the concept of heaven and earth being frozen. After listening to Concubine Yuan's explanation of the great art of ice, soul, cold light, Zhou Tong leisurely said, "This technique comes from the ancient I-Soul Tao, but unfortunately, the cultivator who created this technique was unable to see the real frozen earth with his own eyes. This technique has quite a few flaws. If you want to exchange this technique for my Taoist technique, I'm afraid it's not enough." Zhou Tong did agree to the exchange, but he only had the Amitabha Sutra in his hands. Exchanging this supreme scripture for the great art of ice, soul, cold light was too much of a loss. Your true meaning of fire and those 5 great demons should be the techniques of the great Zen temple. Other than the Sutra of past Amitabha, the other Taoist techniques of the great Zen temple may not be able to surpass my great art of ice, soul, cold light. Concubine Yuan looked at Zhou Tong with some suspicion. "Could it be that you're cultivating the Sutra of past Amitabha?" "That's right, I'm cultivating the Sutra of past Amitabha. One great art of ice, soul, cold light is not enough to exchange for my Taoist technique. I suggest you take out some more chips." Zhou Tong nodded. He continued to say, "Since you're called the Sweetie Fox Monarch, then I presume that the great ice, soul, cold light technique you used just now isn't your true hidden Tao technique. Otherwise, why wouldn't you be called the Ice Fox Monarch?" Concubine Yuan was shocked. Her real trump card was the human fragrance scroll of the heavenly fragrance 3 scrolls of the smell cult from several hundred years ago. However, not many people knew about this. She racked her brains, but still couldn't figure out how the information was leaked. He took a deep look at Zhou Tong, feeling as if he was completely naked in front of the man in front of him. The inheritance of the I-Soul Tao was secondary, but the fragrance cult was no small matter. Once outsiders found out, it would be troublesome. Before the Great Qian Dynasty was the Great Zhou Dynasty, and before the Great Zhou Dynasty was the Great Xian Dynasty. 300 years ago, at the end of the Xian Dynasty, the world's heroes rose together, and the biggest force was the fragrant cult. Back then, when the saintess of the fragrance sect used her Tao technique, countless souls would be filled with the fragrance. Afterward, they would wholeheartedly submit to the saintess and willingly work for her. At that time, countless heroes in the world, including those high and mighty ghost immortals, were subdued by the fragrance cult. More than half of the world fell into the fragrance cult's hands. If it wasn't for the appearance of the great Zhou ancestor, the history of the world would have been rewritten. Once the fragrant cult's spiritual ability was spread out, she was afraid that she would be in endless trouble. With a trace of fear in her eyes, Imperial Concubine Yuan said, "You know me very well. Did you deliberately wait for me here?" Zhou Tong said, "I just happen to know some things. I also know that Lady Imperial Concubine's Heavenly Fragrance 3 scrolls is not complete, only the human fragrance scroll. However, since I propose the exchange, it's fine if I suffer a little loss. The human fragrance scroll and the ice, soul, cold light technique added together can't compare to my Amitabha Sutra. Let's use your martial arts experience to add on a bit and directly exchange. Lady Imperial Concubine Yuan, what do you think?" Zhou Tong finally asked. In fact, Zhou Tong was very sure that Imperial Concubine Yuan would exchange Tao techniques. Why was the Amitabha Sutra so famous in the world? Why did countless people want to see it? The most important reason was because the Amitabha Sutra was the easiest cultivation method to pass the lightning tribulation. As monarch Sweetie Fox, imperial concubine Yuan had cultivated for over 100 years and still had not passed the lightning tribulation. One could imagine the desire in her heart. With a cultivation method that could allow her to pass the lightning tribulation in front of her, there was a high probability that she would agree to Zhou Tong's request. And the most important thing was that in this exchange, imperial concubine Yuan would not suffer a loss. The Ice Soul Path's cultivation method itself was not small, and her Heavenly Fragrance 3 scrolls was only the weakest, the Human Fragrance scroll. Using these two flawed or incomplete cultivation methods to exchange for a complete Amitabha Sutra, no matter how one looked at it, it was a big gain. As for the so-called martial arts experience, in the eyes of a ghost immortal like imperial concubine Yuan, martial arts was just something to strengthen the body and was nothing much. Sure enough, imperial concubine Yuan pondered for a moment and then nodded, agreeing to Zhou Tong's exchange. Zhou Tong took out the Amitabha Sutra and opened it, showing the great Buddha of the past to imperial concubine Yuan. With imperial concubine Yuan's eyesight, she could naturally see at a glance that the great Buddha of the scripture represented a mysterious will, as if it was her own origin from thousands of lifetimes ago. Almost at the first glance, she felt as if she was about to fall into it, and couldn't help but visualize it. But soon, she suppressed the excitement in her heart. She looked at Zhou Tong, and then with a thought, a cold air burst out from between her eyebrows, and then a picture scroll appeared in front of Zhou Tong. This was a world sealed in ice. A world sealed in ice when the world reincarnates, Zhou Tong said in his heart, and at the same time, he quickly comprehended it. This was a picture scroll of a world sealed in ice. The world in the picture scroll was completely sealed in ice. The everlasting divine mountain was sealed in ice, the endless grassland was sealed in ice, and the billowing sea was also sealed in ice. Everything between heaven and earth was dead, without any life. A deathly still and icy aura was spreading. The whole picture scroll revealed a kind of despair, a kind of madness. This is the world sealed in ice when the world reincarnates. The more Zhou Tong comprehended it, the deeper and more terrifying the thought of sealing everything in ice in his heart became. At the same time, imperial concubine Yuan opened her mouth and recited the great art of ice spirit cold light. At the end of the era, the great art of ice spirit cold light will cover the earth, extinguish all life, and the world will return to silence. As imperial concubine Yuan recited the scripture, Zhou Tong's understanding of the great art of ice spirit cold light became deeper and deeper. Gradually, a mysterious vision appeared around Zhou Tong. First, it was the Yiksha king, the Rakshasa king, the Azura king, the Vajra king, and the Destruction king, the 5 great demon gods. At the same time, there was also a great Buddha of the past wearing a sun, moon, and stars Kasaya faintly suppressing in the middle. On the other side, the scenery around the great Buddha was also undergoing some changes. A world sealed in ice slowly descended here, and all kinds of despairing emotions, such as loneliness and coldness, descended together. But the moment these emotions appeared, they were immediately suppressed by the great Buddha of the past. In the end, there was only a great Buddha and that endless ice left between heaven and earth. Whether it was the great Buddha or the ice, they seemed to exist eternally before the ancient times and would never change. When this vision appeared, imperial concubine Yuan was immediately shocked. What kind of comprehension ability is this? He actually managed to master my great art of ice spirit cold light with his Amitabha Sutra on his first try. Imperial concubine Yuan was a little dumbfounded. Zhou Tong's comprehension ability was far beyond her imagination. She vaguely felt that something was not right. She originally thought that she had gained an advantage in this deal, but the other party's terrifying comprehension ability could completely reverse the slight advantage she had gained. She asked herself, if she obtained the Amitabha Sutra, She was afraid that without 7 to 8 years of comprehension, it would be impossible for her to master it. Chapter 638. At this moment, following Zhou Tong's enlightenment, the giant Buddha in the vision began to fade away, and an endless world of frost emerged. Sturdy, immortal, icy, indestructible, all kinds of terrifying thoughts were added to the vision, causing concubine Yuan's heart to tremble. Using the thoughts of the past to control all techniques? So powerful, his great icy soul-cold light technique and the sutra of the past have reached an indelible level, and from then on, the ice will never change. Using any ice seal profound meaning, the enemy must have 10 times the strength to escape. The more concubine Yuan looked, the more fearful she was. After obtaining her own sutra, his Tao technique actually improved to such a terrifying level. And the flaw of the great, icy, soul-cold light technique seemed to have been made up by him. Could it be that he was born with the potential to cultivate the Tao? Concubine Yuan could not understand. The sutra of the past and great, icy, soul-cold light technique were clearly two different paths, but in his hands, they completed such a terrifying fusion. And at this moment, Zhou Tong also opened his eyes. Using the profound meaning of the sutra of the past to support all techniques in the world, it can cause the power of all techniques to increase dramatically. If in the future, I can obtain the present and future, it's simply unimaginable. Zhou Tong finally understood how invincible the 3 sutras of the Great Zen Temple were when combined. Of course, the premise of invincibility was that they could obtain enough Tao and techniques and use the thoughts of the past, present, and future to support them. Obviously, the monks of the Great Zen Temple did not have such comprehension. The Ice Soul Tao's technique has some knack. Zhou Tong said leisurely, I just don't know how the fragrance cult's technique is like. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are the one who is shocking. With just one cultivation, you are able to match the true meaning of the Ice Soul Tao and directly cultivate it to great success, and even integrate it with the Sutra of the Past, Concubine Yuan sighed. Zhou Tong smiled slightly and did not say much. Ice-sealed world? His original body had already seen countless similar things in the Shrouded Sky world. The most typical one was the northern ice field of the Big Dipper. He had walked through that ice field many times. The cultivator who created the Icy Soul Tao had never seen such a grand frozen phenomenon, but that didn't mean that Zhou Tong had never seen one before. Moreover, most of the Shrouded Heaven world was a desolate universe. That kind of desolation, that kind of scene where life was extinguished, Zhou Tong had seen many times. The ancestor of the path of Ice Soul had never witnessed the destruction of life in this world with his own eyes. The path of Ice Soul that he created was based on his own conjecture. Naturally, it couldn't compare to Zhou Tong. Naturally, when Zhou Tong cultivated this Tao technique, he had an enormous advantage that ordinary people could not imagine. Although the laws of this world might not be the same as shrouding the heavens, there was only a slight difference. Perhaps there was no difference in the first place. It was just that the way of understanding was different and the angle of understanding was different. So there was a completely different expression. It was just like how different cultivation systems led to completely different supernatural powers. It was just like how the world in the eyes of a cow was completely different from the world in the eyes of sheep. But regardless of those subtle things, in terms of the macro and vague concept, it could almost be said to be universal. Some of the concepts of the Shrouded Heaven world could be used in the Yang God world. Seeing Zhou Tong's expression, Imperial Concubine Yuan didn't say anything and took out a silk scarf from her bosom. This kind of scarf was woven from a very special kind of silk, emitting a faint halo. Moreover, there was a very tempting fragrance on the scarf. Zhou Tong took the scarf, but was not affected in the slightest. He directly picked it up and looked at it. Imperial Concubine Yuan, who had been staring at Zhou Tong's movements, was a little surprised. He was not affected by the fragrance at all. Could it be that he also cultivated the cultivation method of the Supreme Path and reached the realm of supreme indifference? Forget it. Let's not think about him. Let's memorize the Amitabha Sutra first. Imperial concubine Yuan shook her head and then picked up the Amitabha Sutra to comprehend. On the other side, Zhou Tong also picked up Imperial concubine Yuan scripture and began to comprehend it. The beginning of this scripture was a general outline of the scripture. It talked about what fragrance was and the purpose of the heavenly fragrance 3 scrolls. Everyone had the idea of liking the fragrance and disliking the smell. This method started from the human nature. The heavenly fragrance 3 scrolls contained human fragrance, earth fragrance, and heavenly fragrance. The human fragrance scroll visualized and comprehended the fragrance of 100 flowers. Finally, it was fused together in a furnace. With a thought, the fragrance would make people feel close to it and have a good impression of it. The earth fragrance scroll was to experience the fragrance of all kinds of medicinal herbs in the world. After fusing them together in a furnace, it could repair the soul. The heavenly fragrance scroll was to collect countless kinds of divine fragrances in the boundless universe. After fusing them together in a furnace, one would understand all the beauty of the world. Finally, one would be close to the mountains, rivers, plants, sun, moon, and stars. Unfortunately, there's only the human fragrance scroll on it. Zhou Tong also felt that it was a pity that he couldn't see the supreme heavenly fragrance scroll. But he quickly gathered his thoughts and began to comprehend the mysteries of the human fragrance scroll. Osmanthus has a rich floral fragrance, like cream and honey, intoxicating. Chrysanthemum has a light and elegant fragrance, making one feel relaxed and happy. Orchids are clear and pure, clear but not turbid. When placed in a pot, their fragrance will overflow. Plum blossoms are elegant and delicate, difficult to capture, yet also refreshing and intoxicating. The human fragrance scroll officially opened with a long description of the fragrance of 100 flowers and a specific visualization method. These methods were things that Zhou Tong had not carefully observed in the shrouded heaven world before. Even the great Tao of nature rarely specialized in flowers. Therefore, his speed of comprehension and cultivation this time was slower. However, when Zhou Tong comprehended the last fusion of the fragrance of 100 flowers, he suddenly had an idea. There's a problem. The heavenly fragrance 3 scrolls confuse the fragrance of 100 flowers, confuse the fragrance of 100 herbs, confuse the fragrance of the world's divine fragrances. I can actually create a similar method. Yes, the divine striking stone itself can swallow all kinds of stone materials to grow, especially my divine striking stone, which was bred by heaven and earth in the way of the divine spirit, turned into the present divine fetus. I can swallow not only stone materials, but also other things. With the characteristics of my divine striking stone, I can completely create a new scripture. Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly became clear. Oh, food is the most important thing for people, but I'm a little special. I can eat a lot of things: food, meat, metal, stone, even water and fire. What can I eat? When the time comes, I'll make a glutton 3 scrolls. The human scroll eats meat, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar, and tea. The earth scroll eats earth, minerals, gold, and iron. The heaven scroll eats the sun, moon, and stars, time, and even years. If I continue to deduce like this, the final result will be the devouring heaven great Tao. Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of astonishment. Could it be that he was going to take this path in the sun god world? He was a little hesitant, but no matter how he thought about it, this devouring heaven great Tao was a supreme righteous path. Furthermore, it was a supreme righteous path that led straight to the other side. If he took it a step further and swallowed the entire world, why would he worry about not reaching the other side? When the time came, he would be on the other side. A speck of dust could fill the sea, but in his hands, it would become a speck of dust that could devour the universe. Others also want to devour it, but they don't have the ability. This should be a unique ability that belongs only to me. Zhou Tong thought to himself, but he was also a little repulsed. If he really walked this path, wouldn't he end up like Hong Yi, eating people directly? No, I don't have to completely eat the entire world. Instead, I can choose to eat the characteristics of all things in the world. I can choose to eat the myriad Tao, and in the end I can refine all things in the myriad Tao. I can forcefully refine what I eat and forcefully break through to the other side. The more Zhou Tong deduced in his heart, the more he felt that this path was a supreme righteous path. That's right, the devouring heaven great Tao is the path of my divine striking stone to the other side. Chapter 639. Heaven devouring great Tao. Zhou Tong silently comprehended in his heart. However, he was also clear that he couldn't truly create this kind of thing at his current stage. He still needed a period of time to comprehend it. He even needed to make use of some of the characteristics of the divine striking stone and eat some rare and precious stones that were rich in spiritual energy. He needed to have a deeper understanding of eating. He opened his eyes and saw concubine Yuan not far away, wholeheartedly comprehending the Amitabha Sutra. He didn't disturb her, but silently began to cultivate according to the method of the 3 scrolls of heavenly fragrance, visualizing the fragrance of 100 flowers. At this moment, he visualized hundreds of flower fragrances in his mind. These flower fragrances seemed to come from his soul. Even Zhou Tong himself seemed to be intoxicated by this extreme flower fragrance. His entire person felt somewhat intoxicated. Plum blossoms, orchids, chrysanthemums, osmanthus, lotus, camellias, daffodils, all kinds of flower fragrances continuously emerged from his soul thoughts and became more and more intense. For a moment, Zhou Tong's entire body was filled with a refreshing fragrance. This flower fragrance also awakened concubine Yuan, who was comprehending the Amitabha Sutra. He visualized the fragrance of 100 flowers so quickly. Back then, I spent more than 10 years trekking through mountains and rivers to see hundreds of flowers before I succeeded. Concubine Yuan was very shocked, but then she revealed a strange expression. The 3 scrolls of heavenly fragrance was very suitable for women to cultivate, but Zhou Tong was a tall man who emitted this kind of extreme fragrance, which made her feel a little amused. But soon, when the fragrance of 100 flowers appeared, Zhou Tong also woke up. The classic of the fragrance cult is indeed worthy of its reputation. I just don't know what's so magical about the earth fragrance scroll and the heavenly fragrance scroll. Zhou Tong sighed softly. I've also searched for a long time, but I don't know where the earth fragrance scroll and the heavenly fragrance scroll are. Concubine Yuan was also quite regretful. The essence of the classic of the fragrance cult was the heavenly fragrance scroll, but unfortunately, she couldn't see it. Rumor has it that when the sect master of the Most High Tao, Meng Xinji, had just made his debut, he had a conflict with a holy maiden of the fragrance cult. Later on, Meng Xinji killed her. If we want to find clues about the earth fragrance scroll and the heavenly fragrance scroll, I'm afraid we can only look for the Most High Taoist sect's Meng Xinji. Concubine Yuan added, Dream Gabashin. He should be the creator of the 7 lightning tribulations now. He should be facing the 8 lightning tribulations next year. After the lightning tribulations, there will be a period of weakness. That might be the perfect opportunity, Zhou Tong thought as he recalled the original text. The Most High Path was the leader of the Taoist sects in the world. Their mission was to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, and their current sect leader, Meng Xinji, was the #1 expert in the world. The Tao techniques of the most supreme Tao were particular about the most supreme emotionless. The Tao techniques of the most supreme Tao, the universe, and Yin were supreme classics that everyone in the world longed for. Furthermore, the ghost immortal tribulation was extremely dangerous. Even if they survived the thunder tribulation, their souls would be weakened for a period of time. Their vitality would be greatly damaged, and they would need a long time to recover. If Meng Xinji were to face the 8 lightning tribulations, the period of weakness would definitely be very long. Lady Concubine Yuan should have already memorized the contents of the Amitabha Sutra. Zhou Tong asked. After seeing Concubine Yuan nod, he put away the Amitabha Sutra and continued. This Amitabha Sutra is the supreme secret of the great Zen temple. I hope that you won't leak it. Of course, I won't leak the 2 Dao techniques that you passed to me either. Don't worry, I can swear that I won't leak the Amitabha Sutra. Concubine Yuan said solemnly. Next, I just need some martial arts experience. Concubine Yuan then said, my martial arts are basically all inherited from the Yuan-Tu royal family. Some of them were even inherited from the True Gang sect. It's very messy and there are many details. I can't stay here all day. I'll need about 2 months to pass everything down to you. There were a total of 6 sacred grounds in the Yang God world. They were the Most High Path, the Great Zen Temple, the Chosen Heaven Dojo, the Essence Temple, the True Gang sect, and the Peach God Dao. Among them, the Great Zen Temple had been destroyed long ago. Now, there were only 5 sacred grounds left. Among them, the True Gang sect was located in the Yuan-Tu Empire. It was the first sacred ground in the Yuan-Tu Empire and had a deep foundation. It's okay. I'll be staying here for the rest of the time. Zhou Tong nodded. That's good. I'm about to enter the palace for real. Concubine Yuan pondered for a while and then said. She came as part of the marriage alliance between the Yuan-Tu Empire and the Great Qian Empire. She hadn't really entered the palace yet, so she was relatively free during this period of time. However, after entering the palace for a while, she wouldn't have so much time. At that time, her every move would be monitored. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In these 2 months, Concubine Yuan kept her promise and came here every day to pass on some of the martial arts manuals of the Yuan-Tu Empire and the True Gang sect to Zhou Tong. At the same time, she also took the opportunity to ask Zhou Tong about the key points of combining the Amitabha Sutra and the great art of Ice Spirit Cold Light. Ever since she comprehended the Amitabha Sutra, she had always wanted to be like Zhou Tong and master both the Amitabha Sutra and the great art of Ice Spirit Cold Light in one fell swoop. She was very clear that as long as she could do this, she could easily pass through the Thunder Tribulation and her cultivation level would increase greatly. Zhou Tong didn't mind, because these things were child's play to him. What he cared about now was the martial arts manuals and experiences he had obtained from Imperial Concubine Yuan. Although his own Divine Mara hammer was quite powerful, it was more important to gain more experience in martial arts. Concubine Yuan was indeed a demon immortal who had lived for hundreds of years. Her experience in martial arts was beyond imagination, and she knew a lot of martial arts. There were hundreds of them, from refining techniques to fighting techniques. She knew everything, which greatly enriched Zhou Tong's arsenal. Moreover, these hundreds of martial arts allowed Zhou Tong to make up for some of the bones and organs that the Divine Mara hammer didn't temper, making his martial arts foundation more stable. Finally, after 2 months, all of Concubine Yuan's martial arts experience had been completely drained by Zhou Tong. I don't have much time left, so I'll leave all of my martial arts to you. Concubine Yuan finally said, the next step is to find a real teacher for Tu Lao and the others and pass on some real knowledge to them. Zhou Tong chuckled and said, imparting knowledge to a group of foxes, some timid scholars won't do. Just like those scholars you found a few days ago. At this point, Zhou Tong also shook his head. A few days ago, Concubine Yuan had indeed brought a few scholars over. But when those scholars saw a group of foxes, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They shouted, what the hell? And fled in panic. Yes, we'll have to look carefully next. Concubine Yuan nodded. Zhou Tong also had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps next time, he would be able to see Hong Yi, the son of the Sun God world. Chapter 640. But then again, in your Yuan-Tu sect and Zhen Gang sect's martial arts manuals, are there any methods that involve aperture acupoints? Zhou Tong pondered for a while and asked, aperture acupoints? Don't tell me you still want to cultivate to human immortal? Concubine Yuan was shocked and looked at Zhou Tong suspiciously. For a reincarnated ghost immortal like her, although she could cultivate and comprehend Tao to strengthen her body, cultivating to blood-changing martial saint was the limit, and, at most, she could only cultivate to the early stage of martial saint. This was because if she wanted to continue cultivating martial arts, she had to merge her spirit and body. The so-called merging of spirit and body was to merge the spirit and body. This was also the saying of using yin to supplement yang in martial arts. Once the spirit and body merged, the ghost immortal realm that she had painstakingly cultivated would be completely broken. Her spirit would no longer be able to leave her body, which was equivalent to completely crippling her Tao techniques. If you don't become a human immortal, how can you become a yang spirit? Zhou Tong asked back. As far as I know, if your body doesn't become a human immortal, you can only go through 9 lightning tribulations at most. From 9 lightning tribulations to yang spirit, you can't break through no matter what. What? There's such a thing? Concubine Yuan was shocked, but she immediately said, as far as I know, for ghost immortals who cultivate Tao techniques, if they want to cultivate their body to the human immortal realm, only the Tian Yuan spirit pill of the most supreme sect can do it. Do you have the pill formula in hand? No. Even if you have the pill formula in hand, it's extremely difficult to refine the Tian Yuan spirit pill. Even the most supreme sect's master, Meng Xinji, spent 60 years searching through thousands of rivers and mountains to collect enough spiritual herbs. In the end, he went to the Essence Spirit Temple and forcefully seized 3 drops of evil god's blood to refine a Tian Yuan spirit pill. Even if you have the pill formula, you may not be able to refine it. Concubine Yuan looked at Zhou Tong suspiciously. However, she quickly realized that she had said too much. She immediately shook her head and said, I don't know the secret of the aperture acupoints. I can only apologize. There may be some in Zhen Gang sect, but this is definitely a secret of Zhen Gang sect. Only the sect masters of each generation know. I don't know. Then forget it. Zhou Tong didn't say much. He actually did not care too much about whether Imperial Concubine Yuan had grasped the secret of the acupuncture points. He also knew that it was very unlikely that Imperial Concubine Yuan had grasped such a thing. He only had the thought of what if she knew, and casually asked. Soon, Concubine Yuan left the secluded valley. Looking at Concubine Yuan's departing figure, Zhou Tong thought to himself, it's already winter. It should be Hong Yi's turn next. From a mortal to someone who is infinitely close to the Nirvana realm in 6 years, the way of cultivation in this world is really scary. The Nirvana realm of the Yang spirit world had a very obvious characteristic, and that was, if heaven and earth were destroyed, I would not be destroyed. If heaven and earth were to decay, I would not be destroyed. The highest realm of Taoism, Sun Spirit, and the highest realm of martial arts, vacuum shattering, both had limited lifespans. Even if someone cultivated martial arts and Taoist magic arts to the highest level at the same time and combined the crushing vacuum and the Yang spirit, his lifespan would not exceed 1 yuan, which was 129,600 years. The crushing vacuum and the Yang spirit alone would have an even shorter lifespan, and this world had existed for more than tens of millions of years. The entire world had gone through an unknown number of eras. During this period, it had experienced an unknown number of species extinctions and outbreaks of life. However, even heaven and earth had a lifespan. Perhaps it would come to an end after hundreds of millions of years. The so-called Nirvana realm was when one's lifespan surpassed that of heaven and earth. When heaven and earth were truly approaching the end, he could transcend. Hong Yi's state at the end of the original work could only be said to be infinitely close to the Nirvana realm. This state could only be described with a phrase. Heaven and earth had the same lifespan. However, this state was not the Nirvana realm, because this state could not surpass heaven and earth. When heaven and earth's lifespan came to an end, they would still die. With such a characteristic of a Nirvana realm, there was a similar realm in the heaven shrouding technique, mortal immortal. In the heaven shrouding technique, the lowest realm that could truly break away from heaven and earth and exist independently was the mortal immortal. As for Hong Yi's final realm, if compared to the heaven shrouding technique, it was almost like an ordinary immortal. However, the fact that Hong Yi in the original work could cultivate from a mortal to such a realm in 6 years was already very shocking. One must know that for a cultivator who cultivated the heaven shrouding technique to reach the level of an ordinary immortal, it would take at least 3 or 4 lifetimes. not to mention 6 years. One might not even be able to cultivate to such a level in 160,000 years. In the end, Zhou Tong shook his head and left the secluded valley. After hunting a deer and eating to his heart's content, he began to comprehend the cultivation system of this world again. Although he did not obtain any cultivation method for acupuncture points, when he was born, he naturally opened 108 acupuncture points. After such a long time, he was almost clear about the abilities of each acupuncture point. As he cultivated, the 108 acupuncture points in his body began to shine. Suddenly, in the void, there seemed to be endless stars connected to these acupuncture points. There was also endless power pouring into the acupuncture points, bit by bit, replenishing the chi and blood that he had lost when he cultivated to become a ghost immortal. Although it was daytime, there were still stars in the sky. At this moment, the starlight was like water, and countless rays of light seeped into the 108 acupuncture points that Zhou Tong had opened. With Zhou Tong's breathing, all the light was slowly circulating. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and night fell again. Zhou Tong also returned to the secluded valley from outside. At this moment, the valley was already lit with a bonfire. At this moment, Concubine Yuan happened to bring a young man to the side of the bonfire, and there was a group of little foxes surrounding the two of them. Just as Zhou Tong approached, Concubine Yuan suddenly asked, "What's the biggest thing in the world?" "So it's this scene." Zhou Tong was stunned, but he was not in a hurry to walk out. This question was obviously a question that Concubine Yuan had been thinking about for a long time. When she asked this question, there was a trace of confusion on her face. What's the biggest thing in the world? He was also thinking about this question. But then he casually said, "In the world, of course, reason is the biggest." "Reason is the biggest?" A trace of joy appeared on Concubine Yuan's face, and she said, Good reason is the biggest. Fortunately, I stopped when I passed by the Autumn Moon Temple today. Previously, when I heard Little Sir composing poems, I knew that Little Sir was not an ordinary person. Sir's words have really solved a huge doubt that I have been thinking about for a long time. There was a trace of excitement in Concubine Yuan's voice. Reason is the biggest? Then whose reason is the biggest? However, before Concubine Yuan could finish her excitement, Zhou Tong's voice came from not far away. Whose reason is the biggest? When Zhou Tong asked this question, Concubine Yuan and Hong Yi were both stunned. This was a question that neither of them had thought about before. Concubine Yuan was fine. She had just agreed with Hong Yi's reason is the biggest statement and had not continued to think about it. But Hong Yi was different. He was stunned on the spot, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 641. Whose reasoning is the greatest? Hong Yi was a little confused. Yes, he had read the books of the sages since he was young. He had heard of all the theories of the 100 sages, but even for the 100 sages, their theories were not exactly the same. For example, among the sages, some believed that human nature is evil, while others believed that human nature is good. This was a contradictory theory, but in the works of the sages, whether it was human nature is evil or human nature is good, the sages were able to say it clearly and logically. Their explanations were clear, organized, and convincing. But as a scholar, especially one who said that his reasoning is the greatest, he should agree with one. This question, the more Hong Yi thought about it, the more he felt that he had fallen into a trap. He wanted to agree with someone's reasoning, but what followed was the denial of another person's reasoning. If he really wanted to answer this question, many of the 100 sages would be rejected by him. Seemingly seeing Hong Yi deep in thought, Concubine Yuan did not think too much. She asked directly, "Then who do you think has the greatest reasoning?" When Concubine Yuan said this, Hong Yi immediately turned his head and looked at Zhou Tong. He wanted to see the answer of the person who had asked this question. Whose reasoning is the greatest? Naturally, my reasoning is the greatest, Zhou Tong said with a chuckle. Your reasoning is the greatest? Could it be that you think that you are greater than the 100 sages? Hong Yi asked subconsciously. This was the nature of a scholar. He had read the theories of the 100 sages since he was young, and he agreed with the reasoning of the 100 sages. Naturally, he would not agree with Zhou Tong's "my reasoning is the greatest." That's right. The 100 sages are also humans. Although their reasoning is self-consistent, there are still conflicts among the 100 sages. Their principles don't apply to everyone. The principles of any of the 100 sages don't completely apply to me. Why should I respect their principles? Zhou Tong answered very naturally, without the slightest bit of reluctance. For a moment, Hong Yi's heart trembled. He felt a terrifying aura of supremacy. His expression changed slightly, and cold sweat broke out. Not only Hong Yi, even concubine Yuan felt her chest tighten. Such confidence and aura was too terrifying. At this moment, when she looked at Zhou Tong, it was as if she was looking at a huge sun hanging high in the sky. Actually, I don't have to answer this question. As for your previous question, what is the biggest thing in the world? I have a different answer. Zhou Tong said leisurely, in this world, reason is not necessarily the most important thing, as long as one is strong enough. So what if black and white are reversed? What is the biggest thing in the world? My answer is heart. My heart is boundless. I can swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Heaven and earth are all in my heart. Are you satisfied with this answer? Zhou Tong looked at concubine Yuan with a smile. The principle is the greatest, the heart is the greatest, the heavens and the earth are in my heart. Concubine Yuan originally thought that this doubt had been resolved, but at this time, countless doubts arose in her heart. Whether it was Hong Yi's principle is the greatest or Zhou Tong's heart is the greatest, it all made sense. Concubine Yuan first looked at Zhou Tong and thought to herself, the heavens and the earth are in my heart. This kind of belief encompasses the heavens and the earth. Perhaps this kind of thought, this kind of will, is the reason why he can easily merge my great art of icy cold light with the Amitabha Sutra. Although she had guessed the reason for Zhou Tong's strength, concubine Yuan was still speechless. Such a heroic and domineering thought was not something that she could simulate. After that, concubine Yuan looked at Hong Yi and thought, Hong Yi is still too young. He has the spirit of a scholar. Unless he can be compared to the 100 sages and be able to create his own principle, it is absolutely impossible for him to win against Zhou Tong with his reasoning. Concubine Yuan, who had thought about this problem carefully, could tell that the current Hong Yi was still far from Zhou Tong. However, after the initial panic, Hong Yi steadied his mind and kept thinking about how to refute Zhou Tong's words. However, the current Hong Yi, how could he find a reason to refute Zhou Tong? Although Hong Yi was familiar with the classics since he was young, Hong Xuanji had always been strict with him. He even needed to borrow and copy books from others to read. How many books had he read until now? It was already his good fortune to be able to finish reading all the classics. Moreover, the current Hong, he did not cultivate martial arts or Taoism. Regardless of whether it was confidence or courage, he was seriously lacking. How could he think of a reason to refute Zhou Tong? Zhou Tong glanced at Hong Yi and immediately understood in his heart. Although Hong Yi looked a little lost, in reality, he was already thinking of a way to refute himself. He is indeed the only darling of this era. In 6 years, he has cultivated to a level that is infinitely close to the nirvana realm. Since he was born, he has only followed his own principles. Zhou Tong also had an understanding of Hong Yi's domineering nature. Such a person was not likely to be defeated because he only followed his own thoughts. He would not listen to anyone else's words. My confidence and domineering nature is accumulated through repeated victories and advancements. However, Hong Yi's confidence and domineering nature was born. Zhou Tong thought to himself. At the same time, he was analyzing Hong Yi's personality. That's right. Hong Yi's personality was domineering. He was domineering. According to his great wish that everyone was like a dragon, was the dream god machine a dragon? Was the Dark Emperor a dragon? Was Yang Pan a dragon? Was the Shang Emperor a dragon? Was the Yin Emperor a dragon? If they were not dragons, then Hong Yi's subordinates were even less dragons. However, in the end, they were all beaten to death by him. Hong Yi's great wish that everyone was like a dragon was clearly to kill all the dragons that he could not control. Only those that he could control were left. Actually, in the process of Hong Yi's rise in power in the original novel, he had never suffered any losses. Moreover, his words and actions were very purposeful. Anything that seemed to be at a disadvantage had its own benefits and goals behind it. He used whatever logic was applicable to the current situation. That's why he could eat people while scolding Hong Xuanji and the rest for using other people's corpses to refine weapons. He ate people because it would bring him benefits. He scolded Hong Xuanji and the rest because he wanted to defeat his opponents and make them lose their sense of righteousness. Thinking about it this way, the logic that Hong Yi pursues is very clear: pragmatism. He may have lofty ideals, but his way of doing things is based on real practicality. The title of a gentleman can bring him benefits, so he wants it. The title of a saint can bring him benefits, so he wants it too. When dealing with enemies, he will persuade them if he can. If he refuses to listen to reason, he will beat them to death. His words and actions are completely like those of a military strategist. He deeply understands the true meaning of the art of war. If this is the way of a gentleman that he acknowledges, if everyone is like him, then his great wish, the so-called everyone is like a dragon, should be similar to the world that Yang Zi envisioned. Lose a little to benefit the world. Don't give up. Know that the world will serve you. Don't take it. No one loses a little, no one benefits the world, and the world will be ruled. However, if no one loses a little, no one benefits the world, then how will everyone cross the sea of suffering and reach the other shore? There's only one answer, which is to ask the heavens and earth. However, can the heavens and earth really support so many people to reach the other shore? Can the heavens and earth really bear such a world where everyone is like a dragon? Zhou Tong did not agree with Hong Yi's path of the Nirvana realm because the possibility of success was almost non-existent. Even Hong Yi himself had almost devoured all the treasures in the world. He even obtained the power of Daoist Xiaohua and the Longevity Emperor. Only then did he reach the realm of living as long as the heavens and earth. What qualifications did the others have? Chapter 642. However, I'd like to see how you can rise without the Amitabha Sutra. Zhou Tong looked at Hong Yi curiously. If Hong Yi didn't have the Amitabha Sutra, what would he become? Would he die in a few days? Zhou Tong still remembered that among the group of foxes, there was a pagoda visualization method. Hong Yi could still cultivate after seeing it. However, with Hong Yi's death-seeking personality, he might have gone a peek at Hong Xuanji right after he achieved success in his cultivation and got himself killed. Hong Yi did this in the original work. However, he had the Amitabha Sutra at that time, so he could easily reassemble his divine soul. But now, what if he didn't have the Amitabha Sutra? If he only relied on the pagoda visualization method here, would he be killed when he tried to peek at Hong Xuanji? However, Hong Yi has seen that although he has a beast in his heart, he is still a harmless little scholar. What he does next has nothing to do with me. Thinking up to here, Zhou Tong's interest waned, and he had the thought of leaving. Now, in terms of Taoism, he had already obtained the Amitabha Sutra, the human fragrance scroll, and the great art of icy soul-cold light. In a short time, he did not lack anything. He was just waiting for the right time to pass the thunder trial. In the past few months, he had read all the books in the Fox's collection. These foxes didn't have anything worthy of his attention. What he lacked now was martial arts and a method to condense aperture points. The Great Zen Temple's martial arts classic is only the Tathagata Sutra. When the Great Zen Temple was destroyed, this sutra was divided into 3 parts. The first part is the general principles. The second part is about the cultivation of flesh training, tendon training, skin training, bone training, viscera training, marrow training, and martial sage. The second part is about the method to condense aperture points. Unfortunately, I know where the general principles and the second part are. Zhou Tong thought. Zhou Tong didn't want to stay here any longer. He immediately said, "It's getting late. I still want to walk around. I won't stay here any longer. Goodbye." Without waiting for these foxes to react, he turned around and left. With a leap, he disappeared in front of everyone. Zhou Tong and Hong, the two of them seemed to. Concubine Yuan looked at Zhou Tong's departing figure and sighed in her heart. Even she could tell that the two of them were not on good terms. However, it is unexpected that the great Zen temple still has such a successor. Concubine Yuan sighed in her heart. Heaven and earth are in my heart. This kind of thinking and realm was already somewhat similar to the Buddha's. I am the only one in the world. Perhaps the great Zen temple can really be rebuilt. Concubine Yuan finally said. In the mountains in the south, it was already winter. Snow was falling, and the world was bleak. As Zhou Tong advanced, he quietly observed the entire world. Zhou Tong wasn't in a hurry to head to his destination. Instead, he walked on the ground step by step. Just like how he had rushed from the heavenly Pillar Mountains to the great Qian dynasty, he was using his footsteps to measure the land in this world. This was related to the realm of crushing vacuum. This was because the cultivators in this world had the last 99 acupuncture points in their bodies that weren't in their own bodies. Instead, they were in this piece of land that corresponded to the 99 continents in this world. It was one thing for the natives of this world, but the people of the 99 continents had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Moreover, the existences who had cultivated to such a level had all cultivated and studied for decades. Their understanding of this world far surpassed Zhou Tong's, and most importantly, their sense of identity far surpassed Zhou Tong's. Therefore, Zhou Tong had to put in all his effort to study and comprehend in order to shorten the gap between him and the natives of this world. Reading 10,000 books was like walking 10,000 miles. This was a process of combining knowledge and practice. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. In this world, every world naturally contains its own principles, Zhou Tong said in his heart. Although the world was bleak now, he could feel that there was a huge amount of vitality contained in the ground beneath his feet. Winter was the main treasure. All this vitality was hidden away, waiting for the next spring to flourish. Heavy snow swirled in the air, and all things withered. There was a kind of icy and desolate concept between heaven and earth. This coincided with the great art of ice spirit cold light that Zhou Tong had previously comprehended. The world was vast and white. The world was white, and it stretched to the end of the sky. The great art of ice spirit cold light is compatible with this kind of scenery. Zhou Tong walked in the snow-covered mountain forest. The snow between heaven and earth became heavier and heavier. In an instant, the world was vast and boundless. Looking at the snow and the snow-covered ground, Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel a sense of enlightenment. Ever since he came to this world, he spent most of his time personally comprehending heaven and earth, as well as studying the various books, Taoist techniques, and principles of this world. In addition, he had opened the 108 acupuncture points himself, which made his connection with this world even closer. During this period of accumulation, coupled with the current scene of heaven and earth, Zhou Tong suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. It was as if the snowflakes and the cold wind had a strange charm. Gradually, he stopped and his body moved. He stood in the wind and snow and exerted his strength. He activated all the muscles and bones in his body. Along with his continuous breathing, he burst out with strong and fierce moves. Fist, palm, leg, finger, saber, spear, sword, halberd, all kinds of moves were displayed from his hands. During this period of time, the essence of martial arts began to gradually merge into one. At the same time, Zhou Tong fell into a strange state. His divine soul also flew out of his body and bathed in the wind and snow. Every thought seemed to merge with the snow and the world. He felt that his divine soul was vast and boundless. It was all snowflakes, piece by piece, after his divine soul left his body. his physical body didn't stop. Instead, it continued to practice martial arts. His entire person entered a state of thoughtless tranquility. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in a flash. Zhou Tong had completely mastered his martial arts experience. He had completely merged the divine Mara hammer that he had learned and the various martial arts that Imperial concubine Yuan had in her hands, and it had given birth to something that was unique to him. This was an incomparably terrifying fist intent. It froze heaven and earth and sealed all things in ice. It contained an aura of despair, ruthlessness, and silence. Heaven and earth return to silence, and all things are sealed in ice. Is this the fist intent that I have comprehended? Annihilation fist intent? Zhou Tong's divine soul returned to his body and stopped his movements. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. After a little integration, it's a technique that can directly lead to the peak of the martial saint realm. A trace of joy appeared in Zhou Tong's heart. The level of this technique wasn't high, although it was much stronger than the divine Mara hammer. Because it didn't involve acupuncture points, its level wasn't very high. However, this technique represented that Zhou Tong had a deeper understanding of the cultivation system of this world. This was a major breakthrough. Chapter 643. As night fell, the sea breeze blew gently and the sound of the tide was lingering. A bright moon shone on the beach, illuminating the entire beach in a silvery white color. I finally reached the beach. Zhou Tong came to the beach and stared in the direction of the deep sea. After experiencing the time from the jade capital to the beach, Zhou Tong's eyes were much deeper. Along the way, he was also enlightened. The mountains, rivers, lakes, snow, wind, and many other natural landscapes in the world had all become his resources on the martial path. This was a true explosive period. This was a kind of explosive period when Zhou Tong had truly integrated into the cultivation system of this world. Previously, his original body had accumulated a lot of enlightenment in the shrouding heaven world. All of them were verified by the heaven and earth bit by bit during this period of time and transformed into the martial arts and Tao techniques of this world. With my current accumulation, it should not be a big problem for me to pass through the 7 stages of lightning tribulations. However, there will definitely be a period of weakness after the lightning tribulations. Zhou Tong also had some understanding of his current state. Having the body of a worldly immortal was really too much of an advantage. Just a peak martial saint cultivator. As long as he could separate the soul from the body, he could easily pass through the 4 stages of lightning tribulations. With Zhou Tong's strength as a worldly immortal, passing through the 6 stages of lightning tribulations was also a simple matter. As for the 7 stages of lightning tribulations, it required a certain amount of enlightenment. Zhou Tong had just completed this enlightenment during this period of time. However, his enlightenment was not deep enough. Hence, if he were to pass through the 7 stages of lightning tribulations now, there would definitely be a period of weakness for 1 or 2 years. If I want to pass through the 7 stages of lightning tribulations without a period of weakness, I'm afraid I can only start my devouring heaven's great Tao. I don't ask for perfection, but at least I have to start. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and said in his heart, the 7 stages of lightning tribulations was a qualitative change. It must have its own core. The reason why the ancient people of this world could leap from an ordinary person to pass through the 7 stages of lightning tribulations was because they had perfected their own principles and allowed their Tao to be completely carried out. Hence, they had such an ability. Take it slow. Let's see if there are any treasures to eat first. Zhou Tong did not think too much about it. Immediately, he unfurled a sea map beside him. Along the way, he had obtained this sea map from a caravan in exchange for a cultivation technique that he had casually created to reach the level of a martial saint. Although it was not very detailed, it already contained the areas that Zhou Tong needed. Enchanting Bend, Whale Island. After determining the direction, Zhou Tong casually cut down a row of trees behind him. Then, he casually made a wooden raft and directly floated across the sea towards his destination. The Lost Bend was the most mysterious part of the South Sea. This part of the sea had a radius of several thousand miles. The islands were scattered all over the place, and the terrain was complex. Moreover, the ocean currents in this part of the sea were turbulent and unpredictable. Most of the time, there were also various kinds of fog. It was due to this reason that this area had always been the hiding place of pirates. Not only that, but what was even more terrifying was that there were countless islands in the depths of the Lost Bend. Under the whirlpools of the sea, there were countless ferocious sea beasts and monsters. However, this part of the sea was also rumored to have the cave abodes of ancient immortals. Most importantly, the Lost Bend was not far from the coast. Ordinary pirates could come ashore and plunder from this part of the sea in 2 or 3 days on a large ship. After plundering, they only needed to hide back in the Lost Bend, and the Imperial Court's army would be powerless. However, the 2 or 3 days from the coast to the Lost Bend were for fully equipped ships. For a wooden raft like Jotong's that he had casually made, it was not a 2 or 3 day journey. At this moment, Jotong was lying quietly on the wooden raft, looking at the white clouds in the sky. Countless scenes appeared in his eyes. Those were countless white clouds flowing around. His spirit and thoughts also turned into strands and wisps, turning into rosy clouds that rose into the air. For a moment, the rosy clouds above the wooden raft turned the area around him into a fairyland of rosy clouds. Suddenly, all the strange scenes around Zhou Tong disappeared completely. He stood up directly and stepped into the sea. However, as a leakless human immortal, his body did not sink. Instead, he grabbed the wooden raft with one hand and threw it aside. The moment the wooden raft was thrown aside, a big mouth full of sharp teeth quickly appeared from the bottom of the sea and bit the spot where the wooden raft had been. A monster in the water? A monster? A Kuan fish? Jotong looked at the black fish that was over 100 meters long in front of him, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. In Jotong's opinion, the other party must be trying to swallow him and the ship together. This fish looked a bit like a Kuan fish, but weren't Kuan fish usually in the north? Why was there one in the South Sea? Maybe it's a Kuan fish unique to this world. But who cares what it is? It just so happens that I'm hungry. Jotong was too lazy to say more. He directly used his palm as a knife and chopped down. This strange fish that looked like a Kuan fish seemed to have some faint intelligence. Its big head turned directly toward Jotong, and a pair of big red eyes stared directly at Jotong. It instinctively felt that after eating Jotong, it would be able to obtain great benefits. However, it directly launched an attack. The huge black fish tail swung hard, and its huge body, which was like a small hill, jumped out of the water. Then, that extremely huge body directly pressed down on Jotong. This huge black body had not yet landed, but there was a terrifying wind pressure that was almost suffocating. It was as if it was wrapped in a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and it crashed down with a loud bang. Especially when it crashed down, it opened its big mouth, revealing its ferocious fangs and an earth-shattering murderous aura. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Jotong. The monsters in this sea are strong. One fish is enough to equal a month's worth of ingredients. Jotong was not nervous at all. Instead, his blood and chi surged, and his right hand slashed in the air, slashing at the strange black fish in the sky that was opening its mouth to swallow him. Swoosh! A sharp knife light burst out from his palm, wrapped in a cold, dead, and terrible knife that cut off all vitality, and slashed at the strange black fish. The moment this knife touched the strange black fish, it directly turned into a terrible chill that could freeze the world. In an instant, it poured into the strange black fish's mind, completely freezing its brain and destroying its spirit. Crash! The dead strange black fish crashed heavily on the surface of the sea, stirring up endless waves. Jotong stepped on the seawater and walked to the strange black fish's side. His finger tapped on the strange fish's scales, and there was a sound of metal clashing. The material is a bit like jade. Could this fish also find some minerals in the sea and swallow them, and then add to the surface of its body to turn into these jade-like fish scales? Maybe I can eat them? Well, let's give it a try. I don't know if there will be any reaction after swallowing you. After pondering for a while, Zhou pulled out a fish scale the size of a human face and swallowed it into his stomach with a kacha-kacha sound. Suddenly, a mysterious power spread out from his stomach, spreading to his limbs and bones. There was a burning sensation all over his body, but Zhou casually moved his blood and qi, and this feeling was instantly eliminated. However, there were a few extremely vague places that seemed to have different reactions. So that's how it is. Is this the ability of the divine striking stone to swallow stones? Zhou was a little surprised. This was the first time he had felt this way. He had also randomly found some rocks to swallow along the way, but he had never felt anything. Ordinary materials are useless. Only these special things will work. Zhou closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in his body. The scales of this strange fish were indeed similar to jade. After swallowing it, Zhou felt that his skin seemed to be a little tougher than before. However, it was only a little. This strange fish was too weak. If its strength could reach the level of the worldly immortal, it might be more useful for Zhou. If the quality is not good, then use quantity to make up for it. Zhou did not think too much and directly ate. As he began to eat, he further sensed those vague and somewhat different areas that had different reactions. Zhou guessed that these places might be the places where the acupuncture points of his body were located. They were the acupuncture points that he had not cultivated yet. This kind of talent of the divine striking stone was of great benefit to condensing acupuncture points. If he could find enough precious stones, he would not even need other people's methods to open all the acupuncture points in his body. Chapter 644. Zhou wasn't in a hurry to get to Whale Island since the divine striking stone had started devouring all kinds of rocks. Instead, he dived into the sea frequently to search for all kinds of rare treasures. There were many rare treasures in the sea, and there were even more precious spiritual herbs and strange species in the sea. Since ancient times, many cultivators liked to settle down on the islands overseas. Along the way, Zhou had also discovered a divine jade mine at the bottom of the sea. After swallowing it, Zhou flesh and blood seemed to have become much heavier. He had also discovered a 1,000-year-old tiger clam. After swallowing its core pearl, his blood and qi had become much more vigorous. He had also discovered Zhou couldn't help but sigh. The divine striking stone was indeed worthy of being one of the 10 beasts. It could improve rapidly just by eating. No wonder Celestial Emperor Huang's divine striking stone could produce a wisp of immortal qi just by eating. These things are secondary. The truly powerful ones are the magic treasures. Zhou eyes were filled with anticipation. What would happen if he ate the Boat of Destiny? What if he ate the Eternal Kingdom? What if he ate the Permitha Bridge as well? Zhou didn't dare to imagine what level he would reach by then. He swayed along the way, searching for treasures at the bottom of the sea as he advanced. Finally, a month later, he arrived at the Lost Bend and the island he was looking for, Whale Island. Whale Island was a big island in the Lost Bend. The island was green, and almost all of it was made up of primeval forests. There were undulating mountains, and there was almost no sign of human habitation. Whale Island is also a place where pirates gather. There wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness in Zhou eyes as he walked straight into the island. There are spies? When Zhou walked into a canyon, he suddenly felt 2 pairs of eyes on him. It was obvious that the island bandits had set up hidden sentries here. Chi! Zhou flicked his fingers twice, and an extremely cold stream of air instantly shot towards the 2 hidden sentries like 2 arrows. An extreme cold descended, and a deathly stillness filled the air. The 2 sentries, as well as the place where they stood, were all covered in a thick layer of white frost. Zhou didn't stop at all and continued to move forward. After passing through the canyon, A large plain appeared before their eyes. It was a flat plain that was divided into pieces of farmland. On both sides of the land, there were some agricultural facilities such as houses, water wheels, and mills. The roads intersected between the fields, just like the official roads of the country. At the center of this plain was a city. The city wasn't big, but the banners on the walls fluttered in the wind. There were soldiers patrolling the city. This island is a conservative estimate of 5,000 to 6,000 square kilometers. The island is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the center is a large plain. The land is fertile, and the spring water is abundant. It's simply a natural base. Zhou Tong looked around and nodded secretly. The pirates here had built this place well. He didn't stay on the plain for long and walked directly to the city in the center of the island. "Who's there? Why haven't I seen you before?" When he walked to the city gate, a sudden shout was heard. Then, a terrifying divine soul rushed into his body, and his mind suddenly went blank. When he regained consciousness, Zhou Tong had already disappeared in front of him. Zhou Tong had obtained enough information from the soldier guarding the gate. His figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared into the city's main road. If a human immortal deliberately hid his aura, not many people could detect it. Zhou Tong was the same now. He directly went to the city lord's study quietly. At this moment, the city lord just happened to be in the study reading a book. Zhou Tong easily suppressed this person with a thought and conveniently placed a restriction on the upper part of his soul. "Take me to your secret room." Zhou Tong didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. Yes, this person didn't dare to resist. He led Zhou Tong through layers of bookshelves and came to the center of the study. There was a secret room underground. When a mechanism was opened, a downward staircase was revealed. This secret room was connected to an open flat ground. Not far from the flat ground was an underground river, and on the flat ground, there was a Buddhist statue. This was a gold-plated Buddhist statue, and it was more than 5 meters tall. The Buddhist statue's big ears drooped down, and his eyebrows drooped. He sat cross-legged on a 12-grade lotus platform, forming the Buddha's demon subduing finger Earth Mudra. One of his hands hung down, and his middle finger touched the ground. In front of this Buddha statue, there were more than 10 praying mats. From the appearance of the praying mats, it could be seen that there were people worshiping this Buddhist statue all year round. In front of the Buddha statue, there was also an incense burner filled with sandalwood, which showed that the incense here was good. This Buddha statue sat alone in the center. It was neither dignified nor imposing. There were no vajras or bodhisattvas beside the Buddhist statues in other temples. The second half of the Now Tathagata Sutra is also in my hands. Zhou Tong's face revealed a trace of joy. Then, a wind of yang qi flew out from between his eyebrows and wrapped around the Buddha statue, and it constantly seeped into the interior of the statue. Finally, his thoughts seeped into the most central area of the Buddha statue. This Buddha statue was carved out of Phoebe Jinan wood, and the most central area was naturally the heart of the tree. He operated the past Amitabha Sutra, and let his thoughts transform into the appearance of the past Amitabha Buddha and stay in the heart of the tree. Suddenly, a faint clear light emerged. This was the sign of the appearance of a minor thousand world. Zhou Tong opened the small world, and then reached in and grabbed a scripture. This scripture was made of black gold thread, and it was impervious to water and fire. This was one of the 3 classics of the great Zen temple, the Now Tathagata Sutra. When Zhou Tong pulled out the scripture, the minor thousand world collapsed in an instant. The cultivator who created this small world was too weak and could only create such an extremely unstable small world. Once he opened the scripture, Zhou Tong saw a picture of a Buddha statue, and inside the body of this Buddha statue, there were many red dots. These were the acupuncture points, their measurement, and the method to open them. After spending some time, Zhou Tong directly finished reading this half of the scripture and memorized all the contents. The entire half of the scripture had a total of 108 cultivation methods for acupoints. My body has already opened 108 acupuncture points. Of the 108 acupuncture points in the Now Tathagata Sutra, 36 of them are the same as the acupuncture points that I have opened. This is equivalent to obtaining the method to condense 72 acupuncture points. Zhou muttered to himself for a while and felt that it was a pity. 1/3 of the 108 acupuncture points were the same, which meant that 1/3 of the content was useless. Chapter 645. It's not bad that I got the method of condensing 72 acupuncture points for nothing. It's about time to cultivate. The city lord had already been subdued, so Zhou Tong could cultivate here. Furthermore, there were many books in the city lord's study, so he could further improve his foundation here. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the spot, quietly pondering and comprehending the method of condensing acupuncture points in the Tathagata Now Sutra. All the methods were to make one's acupuncture points correspond to the stars in the sky, and finally develop the body's potential and open the acupuncture points. Boom! At the same time, while Zhou Tong was comprehending the profound meaning of the sutra, Zhou Tong's soul turned into a ferocious Buddha. A feeling of dominating the present and grasping the present flowed in his heart. This was the Tathagata Buddha of the past. The past is not important, and neither is the future. The most important thing is to grasp the present. The Buddha of the present is in the center of the three Buddhas, with infinite power dominating the present. Zhou Tong gradually came to a realization. The meaning of present in the Tathagata Now Sutra is similar to the profound meaning of the heaven-shrouding mantra that my original body created back then. He cultivated the past Amitabha Sutra, and now that he was comprehending the Tathagata Now Sutra, he had a deeper understanding of the past, present, and future of the great Zen temple. In the heaven-shrouding technique, there were also past, present, and future concepts. They were the past self, and Tao self of the Tao Palace. The gist of the sutra in Zhou Tong's original body's Tao Palace was, the past self recites the sutra for the present self is invincible, and the future self is eternal. The profound meaning of the Tathagata Now Sutra was obviously the same as the profound meaning of the Tao Palace of Zhou Tong's heaven-shrouding technique. They both grasped the present and were invincible. When he realized this, Zhou Tong instantly grasped the most basic, profound meaning of the Tathagata Now Sutra, and his comprehension was quite deep, not losing to the creator of the Tathagata Now Sutra. Buzz! In that instant, the 108 apertures on his body that corresponded to the Tathagata Now Sutra all lit up. The power of the stars in the void corresponded to these apertures. Among the 108 acupuncture points, 36 of them were already very bright, but the remaining 72 acupuncture points were somewhat dim. At this moment, something between heaven and earth seemed to have been opened, and a powerful force violently poured in from these acupuncture points. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of bones vibrating could be heard. Zhou Tong's bones, muscles, organs, and marrow were all vibrating. At the same time, the 108 acupuncture points on his body were all opened in an instant. Every acupuncture point spewed out something that looked like a cloud or a mist. It was both tangible and intangible. In the end, all of these condensed into the appearance of various deities. There were hundreds of orifices in the body, and every orifice had a spirit. It's done. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and opened his eyes. At the same time, the god returned to his body. With the newly opened 72 acupuncture points, Zhou Tong had already opened 180 acupuncture points. There was a spirit living in every acupuncture point, and there were a total of 180 of them. However, he knew that as long as he slightly raised his fist intent, all of the spirits would continuously absorb some of the power in the void, causing their bodies to be surrounded by some mysterious divine ability. After opening 72 acupuncture points, the power of the divine ability was even more terrifying. 180 acupuncture points. it's still far from the great perfection of 1,296 acupuncture points. It's not even a fraction. Zhou Tong sighed softly in his heart. In fact, given time, he could have slowly comprehended all of the acupuncture points on his own. However, what he lacked now was time. He needed to fight for time with the EZ of this era. So he needed to collect the methods of his predecessors. The EZ might not necessarily be Hong E, and it could be someone else. Many people knew that there would be a EZ in this era. So many people named their children E. If Hong E did not succeed, there might be another EZ in the future. When the sages died, a part of their wisdom and spiritual energy descended on Hong E. Since it was only a part, there would naturally be other parts that belonged to Hong E. However, before that, I can take a step further and open up 100 acupuncture points. Zhou Tong thought to himself. There were 1,296 acupuncture points in everyone's body, but there were acupuncture points within acupuncture points. Every acupuncture point contained 100 small acupuncture points. Opening the acupuncture points was only the first step to becoming a worldly immortal. However, if this worldly immortal understood the great secret of the acupuncture points and completely opened up the 100 small acupuncture points in every acupuncture point, then he would be at the peak of the worldly immortal realm. However, to open up the small acupuncture points within the big acupuncture points, other than strength, a certain level of cultivation was required. In other words, the fist intent had to be cultivated to a certain level. Coincidentally, the fist intent contained in the Tathagata Now Sutra that dominated the present was perfectly compatible with Zhou Tong. He immediately stood up. The moment he stood up, it was as if a mountain had suddenly risen from the ground. An invincible force surged. As this force appeared, in an instant, an illusory image of the Tathagata Buddha appeared behind Zhou Tong. As soon as the illusory image appeared, it was as if a heavenly Buddha had descended to the world. It directly set off huge ripples in the void. The void was stirred by this terrifying force, forming waves that spread out in all directions. It was like a raging wave hitting the shore, and a vast sea of energy swept across the sky. The vast power and awe-inspiring divine might were truly unparalleled in the world. Boom! At the same time, an incomparably terrifying fist intent rose. In an instant, the entire great wide world seemed to be suppressed. Everything in the entire world had completely lost its color, as if everything no longer existed. This was a fist intent that suppressed everything. It was also the invincible fist intent that dominated the present in the Tathagata Now Sutra. The terrifying fist intent vibrated in the 180 acupuncture points on Zhou Tong's body that had been opened. Then it went deeper, deeper, and deeper. In the end, it completely penetrated through the acupuncture points. Boom! At the same time, in Zhou Tong's body, with the activation of the Tathagata now enlightened, waves of powerful vitality poured from the void into the 180 acupuncture points on his body. The power of space, the power of time, and even some special vital energy that existed between heaven and earth were all poured in. In the end, the 180 acupuncture points swallowed and converted, completely storing the vitality. At this moment, Zhou Tong's martial cultivation had officially advanced to the peak of the human immortal realm. His blood qi was surging, and his essence, qi, and spirit were exuberant to the extreme. Chapter 646. Inside the secret underground chamber of the Whale Island City Lord's residence. Zhou Tong retracted his cultivation, and his surging qi and blood instantly disappeared. All of it was retracted back into his body, leaving nothing behind. He would stay on this Whale Island for the next period of time. Anyway, he already had complete control over the city lord here, and all of his food was provided by him. Furthermore, he could read as much as he wanted here. This city lord also had a large collection of books, not losing to the group of foxes in Mount Yujing. Furthermore, most of them were martial arts manuals. Floating snow blade technique, deadly sword chi, big dipper steps, dragon claw, spirit ape 3 dodges, inescapable net palm, turtle breathing technique. Although there wasn't a single top-notch manual, these things could still help Zhou Tong accumulate some knowledge and strengthen his foundation. Of course, because these books were too low-level, he read very quickly. He could read 50 to 60 books in 2 hours, and he understood the essence of each book. Furthermore, there were many books on irrigation and agriculture here. These were also very practical things that were compatible with this world and the development of this era. They could also help Zhou Tong understand this world further. Once he converted all of these into strength, Zhou Tong would be able to take a huge step forward. Furthermore, during this period of time, he also went deeper into the sea to explore. During this period, he also found a few rare mineral veins and many natural treasures. By devouring these things, Zhou Tong was able to further activate the special power of the divine striking stone, and he was able to further explore the locations of several acupuncture points. Inside the study of the city, Lord's residence, Zhou Tong sat quietly beside the study table, and there was a kasaya on the table. This kasaya was dark gold in color, and it was also made from black gold threads. It was invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. There is also a passage of scriptures on the kasaya, which talked about merit. Merit has nothing to do with good or evil. If one's thoughts are free of obstructions, and if one's thoughts are clear, that is merit. Just like the heavenly demon, killing according to his nature is also merit. The nature of the heavenly demons is extremely evil, but once they recognize their nature and kill, they will be free and equal to the Buddha. Zhou Tong said softly, "The logic is not bad, but it can easily lead people astray. Heavenly demons kill according to their nature, but are humans heavenly demons? As a human, how could there be a distinction between good and evil in nature? Eat when you're hungry and sleep when you're sleepy. That's human nature. That's the most fundamental thing about a person. Good and evil are both things that human civilization developed later. How can they be called nature?" This sutra doesn't explain one's nature. Instead, it excessively pursues the clarity of one's thoughts. But how could cultivators know that their own thoughts were their own nature? Based on the desires born in the colorful world, can the thoughts born from the desires really represent one's nature? Therefore, the real Buddhist scriptures talk about emptiness, because one's nature is emptiness, and knowing one's nature is emptiness. If this scripture were to fall into the hands of someone with evil intentions, I'm afraid it would bring about countless disasters. Zhou Tong recalled many things in the original work. It was likely that Hong Yi had been fooled when he obtained this sutra. When it came to the ending, was Hong Yi really Hong Yi? At that time, he could only be called a sage. He was the embodiment of a sage's ideals, the practitioner of all the sage's calculations, the tool used by the sage to reach the nirvana realm. Everything about him was based on the sage's existence, but he didn't have much of a Hong Yi component. It was because he no longer had the way of thinking of a human, nor did he have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a human. There was only one thought in his heart, to complete his grand ambition and reach the nirvana realm. A person who no longer had any distracting thoughts or feelings in his heart, who was only filled with goals, could he still be called a human? If he was alive, could he still be called a living creature? He should be a machine. That's why Hong Yi was able to cultivate to such a realm in 6 years. Because this realm wasn't something Hong Yi cultivated, but something calculated by the sage. Perhaps the 6 years Hong Yi spent on the path of cultivation was the beginning of him being used as a tool by the sage's sacrificial refining. Zhou Tong grabbed the kasaya and bit down on it. The kasaya made of black gold was completely unable to withstand Zhou Tong's teeth, and a large piece was bitten off. After that, Zhou Tong swallowed the rest of the kasaya into his stomach with 2 crunch sounds. Soon, the black gold was completely digested by Zhou Tong, turning into strands of golden heptachi that spread out in his body, further strengthening his body. However, Zhou Tong soon noticed that when the strands of golden heptachi were dispersing, there were suddenly 3 places in his body that had a strange aura. These 3 places were devouring more golden heptachi at a faster rate. Oh, I finally found 3 more acupuncture points. Zhou Tong's face revealed a hint of joy. During this period of time, Zhou Tong relied on the divine striking stone's ability to devour different stones and minerals to stimulate his body and acupuncture points, stimulating many of the acupuncture points that hadn't been revealed yet. During this period of time, he had already found the location of 17 acupuncture points with this ability. Every acupuncture point in the human body had different abilities. These 3 acupuncture points had a great reaction to the golden heptachi, so every time Zhou Tong devoured the golden heptachi, there would be some reaction. Acupuncture points open. Zhou Tong carefully comprehended for a while and thoroughly figured out the location of the acupuncture points. Then he poured his fist and tend into them. These 3 acupuncture points suddenly shook slightly, and then divine spirits appeared. At the same time, all kinds of power between heaven and earth crazily poured into these acupuncture points. Then, one acupuncture point opened up 100 acupuncture points, and these acupuncture points were condensed to the peak of the human immortal level. There are already 200 acupuncture points. Zhou Tong looked inside his body and saw that there were already 200 godly spirits in his body. Each godly spirit was breathing in the acupuncture points, inhaling and exhaling all kinds of energy between heaven and earth, further strengthening and condensing his body. It's a pity that the great way of devouring heaven hasn't been perfected yet. It seems that this time I can only pass the 6th level Thunder Tribulation. For a long time, my real strongest skill will be the martial way of human immortal. Zhou Tong shook his head, feeling a little regretful. He had been in this world for too short a time, and his accumulation and foundation were seriously insufficient. If he had come 10 years earlier, he would have used that time to travel all over the world and eat all kinds of rare treasures between heaven and earth. Now, he was afraid that he would be able to break through the sun's spirit and shatter the vacuum. Zhou Tong slowly got up, opened the window, looked at the distant sky, and said leisurely, "The weather has changed. Spring has arrived, and the spring thunder is coming." At this moment, outside the window, the sun suddenly dimmed, as if a dark cloud covered the sun. Then, a muffled thunder came from the sky. The spring thunder sounded. Chapter 647. Above the enchanted curve, spring rain fell from the sky. This is spring thunder. Zhou Tong looked at the sky, quietly comprehending this sound in his heart. It was just the sound of thunder, but it had a special power, awakening the hidden vitality between heaven and earth. Following this sound of thunder, Zhou Tong could feel the vitality of the entire whale island beginning to slowly recover, feeling the extremely powerful nurturing aura between heaven and earth. It's been more than half a year since I came to this world, and I've also waited for more than half a year. It's time to transcend the tribulation. Zhou Tong looked at the sky, and at the same time, the soul in his body suddenly moved, turning into a mighty warm wind, directly flying towards the dark clouds in the sky. During this period, Zhou Tong's greatest improvement was in the human immortal martial Tao. Under the strong qi and blood in his body, his soul was naturally constantly nourished and growing by the qi and blood. Now, the yang qi in his soul was so strong that it was comparable to a ghost immortal of the 3rd or 4th lightning tribulation. There was a layer of dark clouds in the sky, and in the sea of clouds, there were bursts of thunder rolling. Every thunderclap carried an extremely strong, demon-destroying power, which was the greatest creation between heaven and earth. Zhou Tong only flew a few hundred meters up, and he felt a huge pressure pressing down from the sky. These oppressive forces were like countless sharp divine swords and steel sabers, constantly slicing at his divine soul. This lightning tribulation is similar to the lightning tribulation enshrouding the heavens world, but it's also somewhat different. Zhou Tong quietly comprehended the power of this lightning tribulation as he flew. Of course, he also knew that what he was facing now was not the real lightning tribulation, but only the aftermath. But even with this kind of power, the soul of an ordinary ghost immortal would disperse as long as they got close. However, this kind of power was nothing to him. Although the higher he went, the greater the pressure, to Zhou Tong it was basically negligible. He endured the pressure of the lightning tribulation and flew straight towards the heavenly thunder. The higher he flew, the more power Zhou Tong's divine soul had to bear, but the power contained in the surrounding lightning became more and more mysterious. He could feel the collision of the thunderbolts, which was the collision of the yin and yang qi between heaven and earth. He could also feel the explosion of the thunderbolts, which was the explosion of the aura of life and death between heaven and earth. Zhou Tong continued to fly upwards. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the true dark clouds in the sky. He could vaguely sense a vast layer of stellar energy blocking his path. Zhou Tong knew that the real lightning tribulation came after the earth qi. Now that Tathagata is here, I am invincible. Zhou Tong's divine soul took on the form of Tathagata and punched out at the stellar energy. The stellar energy of the world was instantly pierced through, and Zhou Tong's soul swiftly entered through the gap. The past is eternal. The present is invincible. The past and the present suppress. The moment he entered the lightning tribulation, Zhou Tong abruptly circulated the fundamental thoughts of the past Amitabha Sutra and the present Tathagata Sutra. In an instant, he seemed to have transformed into an eternal and invincible Buddha. The first lightning tribulation was actually a process of devouring and refining the will of heaven and earth. The Buddha was extremely valiant as he charged into the lightning tribulation and devoured the will of heaven and earth to his heart's content. As he devoured and refined the will of heaven and earth, Zhou Tong's divine soul experienced an unprecedented baptism. A true pure yang aura bloomed from his divine soul. It was only at this moment that Zhou Tong finally saw clearly what the so-called lightning tribulation was. The place he was in was actually just a huge space. The center of this space was constantly exploding and shaking. There were a total of 9 layers in this huge space, and he was only at the edge of this lightning tribulation. Next is the second lightning tribulation. Zhou Tong's divine soul was still in the form of a Buddha, and then he charged into the depths of the lightning tribulation, the circle of the second lightning tribulation. As soon as he entered this level, Zhou Tong immediately felt as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down. Every bolt of lightning could temporarily open up a small world, even tearing apart the void, causing one's thoughts to surge towards many unknown small worlds and then be annihilated. At the same time, there were many sparkling flowing lights in the midst of lightning and thunder. These flowing lights were about the same size as Zhou Tong's thoughts, and they gave birth to strands of crystal light like steel needles. These flowing lights were like thousands of soldiers and horses charging towards Zhou Tong. Kill! In the face of these powerful wills of heaven and earth, Zhou Tong naturally did not want to be outdone. He directly evolved his own Dao techniques and fist intent, and with the body of a Buddha, he forcibly charged into this group of flowing lights. Boom! Crackle! Accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning, Zhou Tong's fist intent, which was dominating now, covered all directions and smashed every flowing light. Then, the golden light of the Buddha flowed and directly integrated the broken wills of heaven and earth into his body. After devouring the endless heaven and earth wills, Zhou Tong immediately had a feeling of having eaten his fill, and the thoughts that had reached the limit also began to split. Crack! Just like nuclear fission, one thought turned into two thoughts turned into 4. The past is eternal. Zhou Tong's thoughts formed a Buddha, sitting cross-legged in the void, as immovable as the past. Under Zhou Tong's eternally unmoving will, the consciousness that had weakened due to the splitting continued to absorb the shattered will of the surrounding heaven and earth, recovering to its heart's content. Then, the next wave of splitting began. Crack, 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 crack. For a time, in this thunder tribulation, there were scenes of fission everywhere. Zhou Tong's thoughts were like fireflies in the sky, dancing wantonly in the thunder. When all the thoughts had split to the extreme, they stopped. 129,600 thoughts, the limit under the sun's spirit. Zhou Tong was very satisfied. His foundation was extraordinary. It was only the second thunder tribulation, but he had already cultivated the number of thoughts of 1 yuan. There was a limit to the ghost immortal's thoughts, which was 129,600. No matter what kind of adventure he had, as long as he had not reached the sun spirit realm, the limit of his thoughts was 129,600. Only after reaching the sun spirit realm would the thoughts be further divided, reaching 480 million. Next is the third thunder tribulation. Zhou Tong's soul slammed into the circle of the third thunder tribulation and directly broke in. Boom! As soon as he arrived at the circle of the third thundercloud, the situation in front of Zhou Tong changed again. In front of each of Zhou Tong's thoughts, a light crystal about the size of his thoughts appeared. These crystals came in front of Zhou Tong and suddenly changed, all turning into the appearance of Zhou Tong. The third thunder tribulation is the inner demon, but I don't have any inner demons in this world, so it changed into my appearance. But it's useless. Suppress the past and the present. All of Zhou Tong's thoughts moved and directly combined together, turning into a big Buddha. Suddenly, the whole circle of the third thunder tribulation was in a riot. But the riot didn't last long, and then it stopped again, because Zhou Tong had suppressed and swallowed all of his incarnations of the thunder tribulation. After all, it was only the third thunder tribulation. The power of Zhou Tong, which was formed by the will of heaven and earth, was limited. Each of the thoughts was no match for Zhou Tong's own thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the third thunder tribulation was past, and Zhou Tong's thoughts grew stronger again. Among the 129,600 crystal-clear thoughts, there were lightning-like arcs constantly flowing. The first thunder tribulation, with the aura of pure yang in his thoughts. The second thunder tribulation, with the light of his thoughts. The third thunder tribulation, with the electric arcs in his thoughts, was extremely powerful. Chapter 648. The third thunder tribulation is still easy. Next is the fourth thunder tribulation. This thunder tribulation is a qualitative change. Zhou Tong crossed 3 thunder tribulations in a row, but his soul still maintained a strong state, without the slightest weakness. Then he directly rushed into the circle of the fourth thunder tribulation. Boom! Just as Zhou Tong entered the circle of the fourth thunder tribulation, suddenly his vision turned black, and his 1 yuan soul thought seemed to be sealed by something. The fourth thunder tribulation can create a world with a thought. So this thunder tribulation is a world seal, sealing each of Zhou Tong's soul thoughts in a different small world. Boom! However, in the next moment, all the 129,600 small worlds that sealed Zhou Tong's thoughts collapsed at the same time. The world-destroying power came in an instant, destroying all of Zhou Tong's soul thoughts. The past is eternal. The present is invincible. Zhou Tong's indifferent voice rippled in the thunder. The Buddha of the past and the Buddha of the present appeared at the same time, constantly crisscrossing on his body. Those broken small worlds turned into fragments and integrated into Zhou Tong's soul little by little. At this moment, his 129,600 thoughts seemed to have transformed into 129,600 minor kiliocosms. The fourth thunder tribulation was past in an instant, and the world was quickly achieved. The thunder tribulation of this world contains much more than the thunder tribulation of shrouding the heavens world. After passing the fourth thunder tribulation, Zhou Tong had a deeper understanding of the thunder tribulation of this world. The fourth thunder tribulation is to create a world with a thought. This thunder tribulation already contains the profound meaning of heaven and earth and contains the rules of space. This kind of power in shrouding the heavens world is almost equivalent to becoming a sage. Passing the thunder tribulation to this point, it is almost equivalent to this side of heaven and earth directly instilling the profound meaning of the sage-level great Tao into the depths of each person's heart, turning into their instincts. As for how to use these instincts, it depends on each cultivator's own comprehension. Next is the fifth thunder tribulation. Zhou Tong did not continue to think about it and flew directly into the circle of thunder tribulation. To Zhou Tong, overcoming 4 consecutive lightning tribulations didn't consume much energy at all. After all, he had the blood and energy of a peak human immortal to nourish his divine soul, which made the quality of his divine soul extremely high. He didn't even need to transcend the tribulation to face the 3rd or 4th tribulation. Strictly speaking, perhaps only the 5th or 6th lightning tribulation could cause him to feel a trace of fatigue. Boom! The circle of the 5th thunder tribulation was no longer a small thousand world. Instead, it was one wave after another of pure yang qi, which constantly rippled here. This feeling was practically the same as that of a human immortal. When Zhou Tong's soul strand entered it, it felt as though it had been soaked in the blood of a human immortal. The masculine energy was so strong that every one of Zhou Tong's thoughts felt as though they were on fire. Rather, it felt as though a punch from a human immortal had struck him. Pure yang qi. Unfortunately, it's only at the level of a beginner human immortal. It's not even comparable to my fleshly body. Zhou Tong shook his head. His thoughts were rolling as he absorbed and refined the Yang Yuan Qi with all his might. For Zhou Tong, this stage was basically not difficult at all. The rolling Yang Qi integrated into Zhou Tong's soul strand bit by bit. Gradually, a strange power was born from his divine soul. The power of the 5th thunder tribulation, whim. Zhou Tong understood in his heart. A ghost immortal who had undergone the 5th thunder tribulation had a subtle feeling in every thought, which allowed him to foresee disasters and blessings. Once he encountered some kind of danger, his thoughts would surge with some inexplicable emotions. This was the so-called whim. The power of the whim is a bit like foreseeing the future. Zhou Tong quietly tasted this strange power and felt a little surprised in his heart. This ability was not even possessed by his original body. The only thing he didn't know was whether this ability was really foreseeing the future or whether it had some kind of wonderful connection between his divine soul and this world. That was why he had such power. Zhou Tong had some doubts in his heart. After going through this tribulation, did his body have a deeper connection with this world that was difficult to cut off? Zhou Tong even had some doubts that the reason why the cultivators in this world couldn't surpass the world and reach the nirvana realm was because of the uniqueness of this world's cultivation system. Forget it. I'll think about it later, Zhou Tong said in his heart. But the 5th thunder tribulation didn't affect me at all. Could it be that I can really go through the 7th thunder tribulation this time? Zhou Tong was a little surprised. He seemed to have overestimated the power of the thunder tribulation. It seemed that he could still go forward. He almost didn't stop at all and broke into the circle of the 6th thunder tribulation. Boom! The world of the 6th thunder tribulation was different again. The yang qi here was even more terrifying. It had reached the level of a middle-level human immortal. What was more terrifying was that after each thunderbolt exploded, it formed something similar to a martial arts fist intent. These martial arts fist intents were combined with the yang qi of the middle-level human immortal's qi and blood. They directly bombarded Zhou Tong. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that when these things came in front of Zhou Tong, they turned into a human figure that was exactly the same as him. Even their aura was exactly the same as Zhou Tong's. It's evolving me again. No, it's a little different. Not only is it evolving me, but it's also evolving my Tao and Dharma, evolving my fist intent. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. However, this is just right. Let me further upgrade my martial arts, Tao magic, and various experiences and understandings, and master them through a comprehensive study. Zhou Tong's willpower was firm. Without any hesitation, all the thoughts moved again. Each thought displayed a different cultivation method and fist intent. They brazenly collided with the opposite Zhou Tong. Boom! Boom! The circle of the sixth thunder tribulation was directly chaotic. Zhou Tong's 1 yuan of thoughts was displaying different martial arts and Tao magic, colliding with the human immortal incarnation of the heavenly tribulation, fighting to the death. The sixth thunder tribulation's circle evolved Zhou Tong, whether it was strength, fist intent, martial arts, Tao magic, everything was exactly the same. The most difficult thing for everyone to defeat was themselves. Every time they collided, Zhou Tong's thoughts would be shattered, and he would perish together with the incarnation of the thunder tribulation. But in this collision, Zhou Tong gradually entered a mysterious state. The shrouding heaven world's war immortal road also had a huge impact on the God-striking stone. It advanced in battle, comprehended in battle, and grew in battle. Many martial arts that he had only seen but had not practiced were becoming more and more proficient, and even evolved to the limit by Zhou Tong, reaching an unprecedented level. The most ordinary and lowest level martial arts were also evolved to the peak by Zhou Tong's thoughts, reaching a level that was not inferior to the divine Mara hammer. For a time, all kinds of different fist intents bloomed. Each thought represented a different fist intent. At this moment, he had a total of 1 yuan of fist intents. And as the battle escalated, his many fist intents were also constantly blending, constantly merging, gradually reaching an extremely terrifying state, and finally even gradually merging into one. Yes, this is my Tao, this is my fist intent. The more it evolved, the more Zhou Tong understood in his heart. My Tao is the Tao of devouring heaven, evolving everything between heaven and earth into fist intent, and then swallowing it, fusing it into one. This is my Tao. With Zhou Tong's enlightenment, in an instant, all his thoughts began to expand violently. Each of them was a full 3 feet in radius, and there were countless airflows rotating, fluctuating, Tao of devouring heaven. Devour for me. Zhou Tong roared, and in an instant, all his thoughts gathered together. Endless fist intent, Tao magic flowed in his heart, and finally everything turned into one, turning into chaos. Then, Zhou Tong punched out. His entire person seemed to be splitting heaven and earth apart, with a majestic momentum and a peerless and invincible power. Boom! The endless circle of 6 tribulation lightning was instantly blasted open by Zhou Tong's punch, and it was only at the edge of the core that the fist intent was blocked. It was a grand and majestic gate, and it blocked Zhou Tong's punch. This was the creation gate of the 7th tribulation lightning. Once this gate was opened, it would be the 7th tribulation lightning. Chapter 649. Zhou Tong looked at the gate of creation in front of him and thought to himself, with my current foundation and understanding of the path of heaven devouring, it shouldn't be a problem for me to pass the tribulation successfully. The key is the period of weakness after the tribulation. The greatest danger of a ghost immortal's tribulation wasn't the tribulation itself, but the period of weakness. Normally, after passing the tribulation, one's soul would feel weak. Unless one's foundation was strong enough to pass a higher level of tribulation, there would be a period of weakness. The higher the level of tribulation, the longer the period of weakness would be. Generally speaking, if one had the confidence to pass the 7th tribulation, there wouldn't be a period of weakness for the 6th tribulation. If one had the confidence to pass the 8th tribulation, there wouldn't be a period of weakness for the 7th tribulation. If one had to pass the 9th tribulation, there wouldn't be a period of weakness until one was close to the sun spirit realm. However, if he only had the confidence to go through the 7th stage lightning tribulation, then he would definitely fall into a long period of weakness afterwards. I have a high chance of passing the 7th tribulation, but I don't have the confidence to pass the 8th tribulation. Therefore, if I pass the tribulation now, there will definitely be a period of weakness. At that time, I will miss out on many opportunities for nothing. Zhou Tong thought to himself, it would be foolish to miss out on many opportunities due to a period of weakness, because of a lack of foundation. At this stage, Jotong's cultivation was at the peak of the human immortal realm. Apart from the heavens beyond heaven, there weren't many opponents. There was no need for him to pass the seventh tribulation. It's time to go back. Jotong took one last look at the gate of creation. Then, he collected his thoughts and turned to leave. On the giant whale island, Jotong's soul returned to his body. Immediately, a pure yang aura surged into his heart and nourished his soul. A feeling of returning home and stability welled up in his heart. At the same time, the yang aura of a human immortal began to nourish his soul. However, it's time to further refine my Taoist palace. Jotong's thoughts flew out and instantly tore through the void. He left the giant whale island and arrived at a barren sea. This was the characteristic of the sixth tribulation, tearing through the void. After reaching this realm, the world was so big that one could go anywhere they wanted. Jotong took out his fist-sized Tao palace, which looked like it was made of dark green jade. Half of his thoughts instantly fused into this palace, and then formed a mysterious array. 1. Jotong's palace began to shake violently, but it did not shatter. Instead, rings of light formed above the palace. The past Amitabha Sutra, the present Tathagata Sutra, the present Tathagata Sutra, the heaven and earth annihilation intent of the great art of Ice Spirit's cold light, and the 100 Flowers fragrant scroll were all infused into it. At the same time, Jotong pointed at the sky. 1. The sky within a radius of hundreds of miles was cleared up. Next, a large area of fiery clouds emerged, as Jotong forcibly gathered the essence sun fire with his own Tao. 1. However, in the next moment, the palace of the way floated high up in the sky. The void distorted and a black hole appeared. This was a very terrifying method. The spiritual will that Jotong had fused into the palace of the way had used an extremely powerful law method, forcibly distorting the void and turning the entire palace of the way into a black hole. In an instant, the fiery clouds in the sky were like the vast sea, with raging waves crashing against the shore, and countless flames madly surged into the Tao Palace. This process lasted for an entire day, and finally, the Tao Palace fell back into Jotong's hands. The Tao Palace has finally taken shape. Jotong looked at the palace in his palm and smiled faintly. After fusing half of his soul, the Tao Palace was at least 100 miles wide and over 100 meters tall. With such a space, the Tao Palace barely qualified to be the king of divine artifacts. Jotong's thoughts turned slightly, and the Tao Palace rotated slightly in his palm. Then a door appeared, and the words Tao Palace appeared on the plaque on the lintel. Then Jotong's figure flashed slightly, and he entered the Tao Palace. The space inside the Tao Palace was completely square, but it was at least 100 miles wide. Inside, light and darkness intertwined, and the sky and ground were dark green like jade. Because the material of the palace itself was refined from the shards of godstones, it naturally possessed a dense aura of the earth. As a result, when he stepped on the ground, he could feel that it was as solid as the earth, which made him feel at ease. At the same time, there was a pure yang aura in the Tao Palace, which was the aura left behind after the endless grand sun primordial fire turned into pure yang qi. On the other hand, there was a cold aura, which greatly neutralized the grand sun primordial fire's firepower, so the interior of the Tao Palace was not as hot as the sun star. In the pure yang and cold aura, there was also the fragrance of flowers, which made one feel relaxed and happy. This was the fragrance that came from cultivating the human fragrance scroll. But it's still too weak. I don't even have a lightning pool. However, it's difficult to support so many things with my strength alone. Jotong shook his head and sighed in his heart. A lightning pool was the core of a king divine weapon. Only with a lightning pool could this weapon be considered a king divine weapon. But there's no rush. I'll take it slowly. Jotong sat cross-legged in this space, feeling the vast power outside. With a thought, countless stars began to rush into this small world, and at the same time, it supported Zhou Tong's thoughts. He used his primordial fire to purify the stars, turning them into the purest energy, which merged with his thoughts, further strengthening this small world and making it more stable. After cultivating to the fifth lightning tribulation, one's thoughts could mobilize all kinds of stars and the power of heaven and earth. After absorbing and refining them, one could strengthen the power of one's thoughts. At the same time, in Zhou Tong's soul, his thoughts began to be further divided. Previously, when he was cultivating the Tao Palace, he lost half of his thoughts. Now, through this division, he was able to absorb all kinds of energy to strengthen himself rapidly, returning to his previous level. Zhou Tong sat there cross-legged for 7 days before finally returning to his peak state. Next, I'll go one step further. I'll swallow all kinds of ores and find more acupuncture points. Then, I'll wait here for the dream divine machine to come knocking on my door. Zhou Tong stepped out of his Tao Palace. Then, the Tao Palace shrunk continuously and finally turned into a light spot, which merged with Zhou Tong's soul. After putting away the Tao Palace, Zhou Tong plunged into the sea. He walked along the seabed, searching for all sorts of rare and precious stones. Half of these rare stones were for himself to swallow, and the other half were stored in the Tao Palace as materials for refining weapons. When he found the method to cultivate a lightning pool in the future, he could use these materials to cultivate a lightning pool. Chapter 650. At the same time, in the wasteland continent deep in the sea, Zhou Tong's figure appeared leisurely. Ever since he passed the sixth thunder tribulation, he had been searching for all kinds of rare treasures, ores, and divine materials overseas. During this period, he had learned many secrets overseas from the many merchant ships and cultivators that came and went. For example, Zhou Tong had roughly figured out the location of the headquarters of the witchcraft ghost sect. When he was searching for divine materials, he had accidentally bumped into a cultivator who came out from the territory of the witchcraft ghost sect. After searching his soul, Zhou Tong naturally figured out the approximate location of the headquarters of the witchcraft ghost sect. At this moment, he was walking toward the depths of the wasteland continent. There should be some treasures in this wasteland continent, Zhou Tong thought to himself. During this period of time, when he was searching and devouring all kinds of divine materials, he had further found some secret apertures in his body. The number of apertures had reached 40. Now, the number of apertures that Zhou Tong had opened up had reached 240. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly raised his head and looked around. Suddenly, all the birds that were resting in the forest in front of him flew up. Moreover, Zhou Tong felt that all kinds of birds and beasts in the forest were racing to escape as if a disaster was imminent. At the same time, in the dark night, there was a sharp and ear-piercing cry. Then a humanoid monster with a pair of bat-like wings on its back hovered in the sky and wanted to swoop down. The heavenly corpse of the witchcraft ghost sect? Zhou Tong raised his head and looked at the sky. The witchcraft ghost sect's Taoist magic arts had deviated, but they were still mysterious and unpredictable. They cultivated external demons and restrained internal demons. Generally speaking, they would refine an external body to become a devil. They had a unique method of corpse cultivation. With human and bee skeletons, they refined iron corpses, copper corpses, silver corpses, gold corpses, flying corpses, witch corpses, sky corpses, corpse emperors, and finally, supreme demon venerables. These demons were all refined from corpses and were extremely powerful. They could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground like the sea. All kinds of magic arts were extremely terrifying, so ordinary Taoist magic arts experts were not willing to provoke them. However, since the heavenly corpses have appeared here, then the witchcraft ghost sect's headquarters shouldn't be far away. Zhou Tong pondered for a while. Then, with a thought, a gust of wind appeared. Instantly, everything within a radius of several hundred miles was reflected in his mind. In an instant, he found the cultivator from the witchcraft ghost sect and walked towards him. Soon, a small wooden building appeared in front of Zhou Tong. Many natives were busy around the wooden building, and a tall Taoist was sitting cross-legged on the wooden building. Which fellow Taoist? At this moment, the tall man was startled as if he had sensed something. He looked directly at a forest not far away. At the same time, he let out a soul-stirring sound from his mouth. Not far away from him, those natives who were busy hurriedly knelt on the ground and started worshiping. The dignified war, God demonic scripture, has been reduced to such a state by you. How pathetic. A scorching aura that was as hot as the sun was accompanied by Zhou Tong's voice. At the same time, an invincible and terrifying fist intent fused with his scorching aura. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart, and it directly charged towards the witchcraft ghost sex Taoist. The Taoist's mind was shaken, and his body fell straight down. Even the heavenly corpses that he was controlling also fell straight down from the sky and stopped moving. At the same time, a gust of yin-chi emerged from the Taoist's body. Zhou Tong's roar and his invincible fist intent were like heavenly thunder, and it directly shook the Taoist's soul out of his body. So weak? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Zhou Tong was also a little surprised. This person's strength was weaker than he had imagined. With a roar, he almost died. Forget it, I'll just search his soul. Zhou Tong wanted to ask some questions, but there was no need for that now. This Taoist was almost killed by his roar, so he could just search his soul. Zhou Tong's soul swept up the Taoist's soul, and at the same time, he looked through all of his memories. I see, this is the war, God, demonic scripture of the witchcraft ghost sect. I can cultivate it. Zhou Tong's focus was naturally on the witchcraft ghost sect's Taoist technique, and he directly visualized it. Buzz! In an instant, an ancient war god with 2 horns on his head and a giant hammer in his hand appeared in Zhou Tong's soul. As soon as this war god appeared, a thick black aura enveloped his entire body. There was also a kind of vigorous, desolate, simple, and heavy aura that suppressed one's mind. It was as if a demon god had descended to the mortal world, and it wanted to overturn all the principles of the world. Demonic chi, ghost chi, yin chi. The witchcraft ghost sect is really stupid. It's a good technique to condense supreme battle intent, but they've cultivated it to this extent. The essence of this war, God demonic scripture, is the supreme battle intent of the war god. But the focus of the witchcraft ghost sect is the black aura around the war god's body. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. He searched the soul of this Taoist from the witchcraft ghost sect and naturally found out what they were cultivating. They were cultivating the black aura on the war god's body. It was clearly a technique to condense battle intent, but they've cultivated it to condense demonic chi. It was a twisted interpretation of a classic. However, how many people who cultivate Taoist techniques can comprehend battle intent? Zhou Tong shook his head. He also understood that those who cultivated Taoist techniques were all to become ghost immortals and to live for thousands of years. Who would be stupid enough to condense battle intent? What if they really condensed battle intent, cultivated the essence, and then foolishly went around looking for people to fight? What if they were killed in the end? Actually, the original Hong Yi's understanding of this scripture was also wrong. Zhou Tong recalled Hong Yi's understanding of the original and was a little speechless. In Hong Yi's understanding, the battle intent of this war, God demonic scripture, was the power of resistance and unyielding. But in reality, he's using his own principles to distort the war, God demonic scripture. Because true battle intent doesn't need resistance and unyielding. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, fighting against people, that's battle intent. There's no need for unyielding. As long as there's a goal and you're fighting for it, that's battle intent. The so-called battle intent doesn't need to be bound by principles, nor does it need resistance and unyielding. It's an impulse to fight, an impulse to struggle. Too many great principles were just the shackles of the fighting spirit, not the essence of the fighting spirit. If there's a scripture that's most suitable for me in this world, it's none other than this war, God demonic scripture. Zhou Tong said softly. Having walked the war-immortal path in the shrouded heavens world, his understanding of battle intent far exceeded that of anyone in this world. The moment he fully comprehended the war, God, demonic scripture, in Jotong's mind, in Jotong's blood, something seemed to slowly revive and awaken. That's his supreme battle intent, a vigorous battle intent that belongs to him. Wong. In almost an instant, the clothes on Jotong's body exploded with a loud bang. Then, the blood in his body boiled, and a cloud of essence energy rushed into the sky. The majestic battle intent spread out and rushed into the sky. Boom! Like a thunderclap, the essence energy that rushed out of Jotong's body turned into a battle god, tearing the sky and shaking the earth. The clouds in the sky seemed to be stimulated by this supreme battle intent and suddenly split open. The natives not far away were all scared silly. They directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, as if they were worshipping an immortal battle god. The war god demonic scripture is complete. At this moment, Jotong also opened his eyes, revealing a supreme battle intent. But in next to no time, all the phenomena vanished like smoke in thin air, and Jotong recovered his usual composure. Chapter 651. Within the wasteland continent, clouds drifted in the sky, and even one's breath carried a hint of moisture. It was the end of spring, and the world was full of vitality. The mountains were green, the valleys were green, and the vegetation was flourishing. Jotong walked on the plains, looking at the countless houses and altars, and shook his head inwardly. What a vast grassland! The Wuguwei sect built this place because they wanted to copy the Essence Divine Temple. However, the Wuguwei sect's abilities are too poor, and they don't even know the most basic planning and management. Everything in front of him was lifeless. There were dilapidated houses everywhere, and disgusting sewage was everywhere. The roads here were also a mess, without the slightest bit of planning or order. It was as if a bunch of people who didn't know anything had randomly built them. To think that this was a sect, their construction was even worse than a group of pirates. The construction here was far worse than the giant whale island. It's too bad, Jotong said softly. I still have to take over this place. Although the Wuguwei sect's city planning and management skills were too trashy, it had to be said that they had chosen a very good place. It was like spring all year round, and the land was fertile. It was very suitable for an overseas base. Most importantly, this was the wasteland continent, a continent that hadn't been developed yet. It had endless opportunities. There were all kinds of strange stones and minerals that Jotong needed the most here. If he took control of this place, he would be able to save a lot of time and have a native search for minerals for him. Not long after, Jotong passed through the plains, rivers, and forests, and arrived at the center of the plains, outside the Wuguwei sect's real city. This city is quite interesting. As expected of the city that the Wuguwei sect spent 20 years and 100,000 slaves to build. Jotong nodded inwardly as he looked at the large city before him. This was a majestic city. The stone walls were filled with all kinds of glutinous rice flour and other medicines mixed with molten iron. There were also many stone statues on the walls, giving off an ancient feeling. However, it's about time. Jotong muttered to himself for a moment, then stepped forward. Terrifying human immortal blood essence combined with the battle intent cultivated from the war, God, demonic sutra surged out. Boom! In an instant, the world spun as an incomparably terrifying figure appeared in the hearts of everyone in Heavenly Witch City. That supreme battle intent almost suffocated everyone. Right at this moment, a thick and viscous black fog suddenly appeared on the walls of Heavenly Witch City. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped the entire city. At this moment, the sound, light, and thoughts of the entire city completely disappeared without a trace, leaving only the faint wailing of thousands of ghosts. The 1,000 Ghost Pilgrimage Array. Perfect timing. I can use this array to temper my fist intent. Jotong stood still and did not move at all, but the fighting spirit on his body continued to rise, rise, and rise. Voila, woo-woo, jie-jie. As Zhou Tong's fighting spirit rose, the ghostly fog above the thousand ghost pilgrimage array suddenly erupted with the most terrifying wailing of ghosts to resist. It was as if thousands of ghosts were laughing at Zhou Tong for overestimating himself. If Zhou Tong's fist intent was added to his thoughts or blood, he would naturally be able to easily destroy this thousand ghost return formation. However, he was still far away. He did not add his fist intent to his blood or blood, nor did he add it to his thoughts. It would be difficult for him to destroy this formation. Who is it? In Heavenly Witch City, the leader of the witchcraft ghost sect, Yu Wudong, had an ugly expression. His opponent's fist intent was too terrifying, especially the battle intent that almost triggered the war god demonic sutra he cultivated. This battle intent is indeed terrifying. A monk beside him sighed. Even Martial Uncle Ian Yu did not have this kind of battle intent. When did another human immortal appear in this world? This person was the surviving member of the great Zen temple who had escaped back then, Monk Jingren. What? He's a human immortal? Does this person want to completely destroy our witchcraft ghost sect? Yu Wudong was shocked. A human immortal was not someone he could fight against. Damn it, we're also trapped in the thousand ghost pilgrimage array. Yu Wudong's face was pale. Don't worry for now. This human immortal doesn't seem to have any killing intent. Otherwise, he would only need to take a few steps forward and destroy the thousand ghost pilgrimage array with one punch, Monk Jingren said. Besides, with a human immortal here, it's useless even if we want to escape. Yu Wudong's expression was ugly, but he had no other choice. Being blocked by a human immortal, there was no way to escape. He could only wait and see what his opponent wanted. At the same time, outside Heavenly Witch City, I'm invincible in this world. Fight! 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 Zhou Tong roared. His fist intent and battle intent burst out and filled his entire body. In an instant, countless acupoints on his body moved, jumped, and vibrated. The formless fist intent collided with the countless ghosts of the thousand ghosts pilgrimage array. Every collision was a collision of will and physical object. It was the blooming of fist intent. On the other side, the black gas that enveloped the entire Heavenly Witch City began to weaken. Wong! 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 At the same time, hundreds of acupoints on Zhou Tong's body vibrated at the same time. Unparalleled battle intent and fist intent slowly brewed within. In a trance, the fist intent and battle intent slowly flew out of his acupoints at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, his fist intent turned into a physical object. Zhou Tong's fist intent was condensed bit by bit as it collided with the countless ghosts of the thousand ghost pilgrimage array. At this moment, he finally broke through a realm and reached the realm of condensing his fist intent into a physical object. The advancement of a martial arts expert's realm was not about cultivating Dao techniques or undergoing lightning tribulations. What the martial arts needed was to temper oneself and break through the heart tribulations. Zhou Tong did not have any heart tribulations to begin with. Therefore, when he reached the standard of tempering, he could easily advance. At this moment, the boundless energy in the world began to pour into Zhou Tong's body. The sun, the moon, the stars, and even the Earth's magnetic force began to pay attention to his body. At this moment, a layer of flame-like energy appeared on the surface of Zhou Tong's body. This flame seemed to want to burn down the entire Heavenly Witch City. Under the endless energy, Zhou Tong's physical strength began to rise, and rise again. Boom! In the end, a terrifying demonic figure appeared behind Zhou Tong. What was even more frightening was that this demonic figure's face was exactly the same as Zhou Tong's. At the same time, an unparalleled battle intent surged like a wave, crashing into the Heavenly Witch City. Kacha! Kacha! After the fist intent turned into a physical object, Zhou Tong's fist intent possessed a truly terrifying divine might. This fighting spirit was like a tidal wave. It was a real tidal wave that slammed against the shore. Not to mention the 1,000 ghost pilgrimage array. Even the giant city that had been fortified with molten iron was on the verge of collapse under this fighting spirit. In fact, the moment the fist intent appeared, the 1,000 ghost pilgrimage formation was instantly shattered. In an instant, everyone in Heavenly Witch City felt a terrifying aura like black clouds pressing down on the city. This was especially true for Yu Wudong, who had the highest cultivation. His own war god, demonic sutra, began to resonate with Zhou Tong's battle intent. It was as if Zhou Tong was the god fiend in his mind, the origin of all his Dao techniques, the progenitor. Almost subconsciously, everyone in the witch ghost Dao knelt down to welcome the arrival of the war god. Chapter 652. The formation is broken. Zhou Tong watched as the black fog dissipated, revealing the cracked city. He then retracted his fist intent and returned to his usual calm self. He strode forward as if he was the master of the entire Heavenly Witch City. However, the truth was not far from it. When Zhou Tong entered the city, all the higher-ups who cultivated the war god, demonic sutra, knelt down. Everyone knelt on the ground to welcome Zhou Tong's arrival. Their beliefs had long been destroyed and reconstructed by Zhou Tong's fist intent and battle intent. The image in their hearts had changed from the demon god to Zhou Tong. At this moment, Zhou Tong was the god in their hearts. Zhou Tong walked step by step on the main road of Heavenly Witch City. He could easily feel the power of faith continuously strengthening his body. However, the power of faith was still very heterogeneous. Once his thoughts came into contact with it, he would feel like he was being contaminated. The power of faith is indeed a taboo in this world. Without the Future Death Sutra, it's impossible to control the power of faith. Zhou Tong was speechless. After truly coming into contact with the power of faith, Zhou Tong understood that if he accepted the power of faith wholeheartedly, his beliefs would be distorted and he would become the true war god in their hearts. The cultivation system of this world has a lot of drawbacks. Feeling the power of faith, Zhou Tong came back to his senses and looked at the witchcraft ghost sect cultivators whose beliefs had been destroyed and reconstructed. He sighed softly in his heart. This kind of soul cultivation system was particular about the purity of one's thoughts. However, if a person's thoughts were too pure, how was he different from a robot? Humans were human because of all kinds of complexity. If he really got rid of these things, once he encountered something stronger, it would be very easy for him to surrender. Just like the witchcraft ghost sect cultivators, Zhou Tong could use his great perfection of the war god demonic sutra to easily rewrite the true war god in their beliefs and deify himself, turning him into their war god. Moreover, once this kind of belief was tampered with, he would hardly be able to detect the change. This was the reason why their thoughts were too pure. If their thoughts were a little more chaotic, they would naturally be able to detect many problems. Zhou Tong walked forward step by step and soon arrived in front of Wuguida Yu Wudong and Monk Jingren. Witchcraft sects Yu Wudong greets the war god. Yu Wudong immediately knelt down and paid his respects to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, "From today onwards, the witchcraft ghost sect will change its name to Mining Sect." Monk Jingren's face twitched. What kind of lousy name was this? It was too old-fashioned. Just by hearing it, one could tell it was mining. He subconsciously glanced at Zhou Tong and thought to himself, could it be that this human immortal has discovered some kind of treasure in the wasteland continent? So he directly subdued us and made us mine for him? Yes. At this moment, almost all of Yu Wudong's thoughts were under Zhou Tong's control. There was no room for resistance at all. Of course, he would not resist because in his heart, Zhou Tong was the war god that he visualized every day. Zhou Tong gestured for him to stand aside and then looked at the monk beside Yu Wudong. "Monk Jingren." Zhou Tong looked at him and asked, "Ba, I didn't expect there to be someone like you in this world." Monk Jingren exclaimed. His voice was filled with surprise and also a little sigh. Zhou Tong's gaze swept across Monk Jingren's body and finally landed on the large bag he was carrying. The material of this bag looked a little strange. It was neither silk nor hemp. It looked like leather, but it was not the skin of any animal. And upon closer inspection, it was almost the same as human skin. Moreover, it was the skin of a human immortal without any leakage. Similarly, this big bag was tightly tied by a rope. This rope was not made of ordinary silk or hemp, but the tendons of some kind of creature. It did not seem to be the tendons of an animal, but the tendons of a human. At the same time, a huge amount of pure yang power faintly escaped from the bag. This bag was the cosmos sack that contained the inheritance of the great Zen temple. Zhou Tong continued, "Monk Jingrun, now you should know why I'm looking for you. Haha, ever since the great Zen temple was destroyed and I escaped, I've been hiding in the wasteland continent. I've been hiding for 20 years. I didn't expect that someone would come to find me." Monk Jingrun was so sad that he could not help but laugh out loud. However, although his laughter was somewhat heroic, it was also very bleak and indignant. It was as if a heroic figure who could conquer mountains and rivers had reached the end of his road, making people cry. Today, a human immortal has come to find me. I've reached the end of my days. But haven't you heard the saying that it's better to die in glory than to live in dishonor? Today, let me see the true battle strength of a human immortal. Monk Jingrun laughed wildly and suddenly pushed out a palm. The strength of his whole body was like a giant dragon. Dragon Elephant Seal. Monk Jingrun was using the great Zen temple's unique skill, Dragon Elephant Seal. As his fist intent changed, it was as if there was a giant dragon and a giant elephant constantly changing with infinite strength. This was Monk Jingrun's current full-strength attack. The Kasaya on his body was swollen by this terrifying power. His whole body grew by half. He looked like a guardian deity of Buddhism. However, this attack came to an abrupt stop. Zhou Tong did not make a move at all. He only glanced at him, and an invincible fist intent pressed down. Monk Jingrun was immediately suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. All of his movements and qi were instantly suppressed by Zhou Tong. Monk Jingrun was about to speak, but he seemed to have sensed something and revealed a shocked expression. He no longer resisted and allowed Zhou Tong to walk to his side and take away the Qinquan pouch that he treasured as much as his life. "You, Wutong, bring me to the city lord's mansion." Zhou Tong got what he wanted and immediately withdrew his fist intent. At the same time, he ordered to the side. "Yes." Yu Wutong immediately walked in front of Zhou Tong and led the way. After Monk Jingrun stood up again, there was a trace of shock in his eyes. There's no mistake, this fist intent is exactly the same as Martial Uncle Inoue. It's the Tathagata Sutra now. He's actually the successor of my Great Zen Temple. We're saved. Great Zen Temple is saved. A worldly immortal is alive. There's hope to rebuild the Great Zen Temple. Monk Jingrun suppressed his excitement and roared in his heart. However, following that, his heart was filled with worry. Unfortunately, it's not the past Amitabha Sutra. Also, I don't know if he's the successor of the Great Zen Temple, or if he obtained the Tathagata Sutra now by chance, or if he's someone from Deqian and stole the Tathagata Sutra now. No, he can't be from Deqian. If he was from Deqian, he would have killed me long ago. Monk Jingrun woke up from his excitement, but his heart was in a mess. He could not figure out what this worldly immortal was trying to do. Chapter 653. Zhou Tong brought the Qinquan bag to the city lord's mansion of Heavenly Shaman City. He found a secret room and entered with the Qinquan bag. From Zhou Tong's forehead came a gust of warm yang wind. This wind carried the Qinquan pouch and floated in the void. But following Zhou Tong's thought, the cosmos sack seemed to become incomparably heavy as a mountain. Qinquan bag, open. Zhou Tong exerted a little more force. Instantly, wong, wong. In an instant, a voice that seemed to come from another world rang out in the secret room. This sound was very distant, as if it came from the depths of the universe, but it also seemed to be right next to his ear. The Chinkoan bag was opened. A stream of blue energy rushed out of the Chinkoan bag, forming a massive door that was 15 feet tall and 50 feet wide. Fortunately, the secret room that Wugue Dayu Wudong had built was large enough. Otherwise, this door would have torn the room apart. This Chinkoan bag can't compare to my Dao Palace. Zhou Tong shook his head as he looked at the door. Behind this green door was a faintly discernible light. At the same time, a cool breeze blew out from the door, causing one's mind to be shaken. It was as if the door behind this door was the purest and most sacred immortal realm. Zhou Tong stepped into the small world inside the Chinkoan bag. This was a very stable, square-shaped small world. The sky of this small world was very low, only 100 meters or so. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky. Instead, there was a layer of bright, gentle blue clouds that looked as beautiful as a piece of green jade. The ground of the small world was not an ordinary ground, but a layer of something similar to a water membrane. When walking on it, circles of ripples would appear. But this film of water was extremely sturdy. Even if one stomped on it, one would only see the ripples expand slightly. The ground did not deform in the slightest. The edges of this small world were also covered in a jade-like film of light. Next up are the treasures of the Great Zen Temple. Zhou Tong scanned the area with his mind and immediately understood what was here. In the center of the cosmos sack, there were a total of 8 plazas, and each of the plazas had a warehouse. Gold, silver, grain storage, jewelry, armor storage, medicine storage, books storage, silk storage. The 8 warehouses were arranged according to the positions of the 8 trigrams. Gold, silver, grain, and silk are not of much use to me, but there are still weapons and armor in the Pearl Treasury. There must be some ores that I need. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He went straight to the treasure trove and saw what he needed. Then he started eating. Dark North Frost Iron, Dark Female Pearl, Snow Soul Pearl, Sky River Cinnabar, Blue Jade Core, Thunder Silver Stone. As expected of the Great Zen Temple's 1,000 years of accumulation, the quantity and quality of these treasures were extremely high. There were all sorts of precious treasures, as well as weapons and armor made from precious stones. All of them were swallowed by Zhou Tong. In an instant, all sorts of energies and substances spread through his body, allowing him to quickly find more than 100 strange nodes. These were the acupuncture points in his body that had yet to be opened. Including these acupuncture points, I can already open 480 acupuncture points. Zhou Tong was pleasantly surprised. The Divine Striking Stone was truly worthy of being called the Divine Striking Stone. Just by eating, and eating, one could advance. Pleasantly surprised, Zhou Tong immediately sat down cross-legged and began to channel his fist intent into these newly discovered acupuncture points. Wong, wong, wong. His 100 apertures vibrated simultaneously, shooting out waves of air. Each wave of air was like a small sun, shaking and rolling in the void. Finally, the fist intent burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, these newly found apertures were all easily connected by Zhou Tong. The terrifying fluctuations of blood and qi and the incomparably powerful strength of his body seemed to have transformed into a terrifying field that distorted everything around Zhou Tong, even affecting the surrounding time and space. 480 acupuncture points in my body. Connecting one acupuncture point to 100 acupuncture points is equivalent to opening 48,000 acupuncture points. There's still a long way to go, Zhou Tong silently said to himself. Then he walked over to the books of the Great Zen Temple. There were many books, hundreds of thousands of them, but most of them were Buddhist scriptures. There were also some medical books and techniques for refining weapons. The rest were basically martial scriptures, such as the dragon and elephant seal that monk Jingren had used previously. There were no traces of Tao techniques or scriptures here. That's right. If there were any Tao techniques here, they would have already fallen into the hands of the Witch Ghost sect. The Witch Ghost sect wouldn't have been able to cultivate a scripture like the War God Demonic Sutra. Zhou Tong shook his head. The Divine Soul Tao Sutra was the rarest thing. Even when the great Zen temple was at its peak, it didn't have many. Besides the most basic past Amitabha Sutra, there are only the Prajnavadisava Sutra, the Bodhi Celestial Sutra, the 8 Divine Kings Sutra, the Dragon Zen Vajra Sutra, and the Formless Sutra. However, there were many martial arts. Just the skin tempering and bone tempering alone were uncountable. The martial arts scriptures here included the core martial arts scriptures of the Great Zen Temple. Next is the most important one, the general principle of the Tathagata Now Sutra. Zhou Tong's mind stirred, and a thought instantly flew out, striking the heaven-earth cloth bag in the air. Zhou Tong had already passed the 6th-stage lightning tribulation, so his divine soul thought could already tear the void. He could even easily tear the void of the great wide world, let alone the world inside the heaven-earth cloth bag. In an instant, a crack appeared in the heaven-earth cloth bag. At the same time, a page with a dark golden brilliance that looked like a palm leaf scripture floated out of the crack and completely fell into Zhou Tong's mind. A large Buddha appeared on the scripture, suppressing the heavens like the overlord of heaven and earth. The 9 forms each displayed different forms of power. Those were the core 10 Dharma seals of the Tathagata Now Sutra: Foundation Seal, Wisdom Seal, Great Wide Seal, Boundless Seal, Nirvana Seal, Formless Seal, Bodhi Seal, Maha Seal, Unveiling Seal, and Bo Seal. The general principle of the Tathagata Now Sutra is finally in my hands. I could take a peek at this world's orthodox Dharma and martial arts as one. Zhou Tong couldn't wait to take the book and cultivate. The Tathagata Now Sutra and the past Amitabha Sutra were a set of Dharma that completely complemented each other. The past Amitabha Sutra's divine soul was like the past, eternal and unmoving. The 5th intent of the Tathagata Now Sutra combined with the divine soul of the past Amitabha Sutra could cultivate the Tathagata Dharma body, which had an immortal and indestructible soul, as well as the terrifying power to dominate the heavens. Zhou Tong had only slightly comprehended some of the mysteries, which caused his divine soul and physical body to faintly start to grow. Chapter 654. At the same time, on the other side of the Great Qian Dynasty, Jade Capital, Imperial City, Imperial Study Room. Although the Qian Emperor was over 60 years old and his body was slightly old, he was still full of energy and gave off an unfathomable feeling. At this moment, he was reading an urgent memorial that had been sealed with wax. On the other side, the Qian Emperor's most trusted minister, Hong Xuanji, sat quietly below. He wore a brocade robe and a purple gold crown on his head. His expression was solemn and his posture was stable. He had an aura that was as immovable as a mountain and gave off the feeling that he was the pillar of the great Qian dynasty. Xuanji, the champion marquis, has sent an urgent memorial. I thought that the Western Cloud Empire's army had come in. Emperor Qian said as he took out a memorial and handed it to Hong Xuanji with a smile on his face. Hong Xuanji took the memorial and looked at it before saying, "The champion marquis has killed 3,000 people and captured Taimang Air to force out an important piece of information. This information coincides with the information that our spies in the overseas region found not long ago." Hong Xuanji paused for a moment before continuing. It seems that the remaining financial reports of the Great Zen Temple, including the past, present, and future scriptures, were all hidden in the Chinquin bag and brought overseas to hide. The person with the bag should be Monk Jingren, who we missed back then. We have already found out that Monk Jingren appeared near the Enchanted Bend. It seems that the Chinquin bag should be there, Hong Xuanji concluded. Chinquin bag, unifying the universe. The Qian Emperor muttered, "We can let the Jinghai army exterminate the pirates of the Enchanted Bend. Although Yan Zhen is a good-for-nothing, he should have no problem exterminating the pirates with the provisions and equipment that I have allocated." Hong Xuanji said, "The Jinghai army is not strong enough, and Yan Zhen is not strong enough. If we act rashly, we will alert the enemy. We are not the only ones keeping an eye on the Great Zen Temple. Yunmeng, Ruren, Yuan-Tu, and even Huo have spies overseas. If we act rashly and expose the Chinquan bag, it will be difficult for the Jinghai army to accomplish anything. Atar Qian pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, "That's right. Since we found the location of the Chinquan pouch, we must succeed in one strike. We can't allow any accidents to occur. It looks like we can't wait any longer. I will immediately transfer a portion of the Universe Dragon Guards to the Champion Marquis for the time being. Also, have Xiao Anren of the Immortal Square Sect and Zhang Buoheng of the Righteous Secta Company, the Champion Marquis, on a trip to the Lost Soul Band to retrieve the Chinquan pouch." Atar Qian gave the final order. Half a month later, in the South China Sea, a huge fleet of 30 ships was sailing forward, braving the wind and waves. The ship in the lead was a huge crimson ship with its flag fluttering in the wind. From afar, it looked as if there was an invisible aura gathered around the ship. As a result, countless extremely sensitive ferocious beasts, evil flood dragons, and other creatures in the sea did not dare to approach. If a cultivator from the Tao League who knew how to read auras saw the murderous aura above the army, he would immediately know that this was the most elite army under the heavens, and even ghost immortals would have to avoid them. Such an army had been through countless trials and tribulations, and all the soldiers' willpower was condensed into one. Their thoughts were fierce, and their actions were like one person. In such a state, even a ghost immortal who had gone through 2 or 3 lightning tribulations would instantly collapse upon contact. The largest ship in the fleet was the Qilan ship, specially made for the navy of the Great Qian dynasty. It had a majestic aura, and countless fluttering flags were embroidered with a huge black Qilan. Those who were familiar with the Great Qian dynasty would immediately recognize that this ship was definitely the ship of the youngest commander of the Great Qian dynasty, the Champion Marquis. This was because the army that the Champion Marquis commanded was called the Qilan Army. There was a soldier in black armor standing on each ship with a huge saber at his waist. If one observed carefully, they would realize that the breathing and heartbeat of all the soldiers on each ship were exactly the same. It was as if everyone on the ship had fused into one. When such a fleet appeared, it was as if more than 30 heavenly gods were moving together on the sea, and it was frightening. Brother Xiao, this Qilan army is really the pinnacle of the Tao of war. I have never seen such ferocious energy, willpower, and such synchronized breathing and heartbeat in any army. This Champion Marquis is really impressive. In this fleet, there were 2 cultivators dressed in Taoist robes with long swords on their backs and horsetail whisks in their hands. They were looking at the ferocious soldiers on the ship with mixed emotions. These 2 Taoist priests were the leaders of the 2 major Taoist sects that were officially conferred by the Great Qian dynasty. They were the sect leader of the Square Immortal Sect, Xiao Anren, and the manager of the Square Immortal Sect, Zhang Buoheng. Although the most powerful Taoist sect in the world was the Most High Path, the Most High Path was not on good terms with the Great Qian dynasty. Therefore, the Qian emperor naturally conferred a few new Taoist sects as the leaders of the Taoist sects in the world. Brother Buoheng, you are too ignorant. Back then, Hong Xuanji's army was also as ferocious and majestic as this Qilan army. Xiao Anren chuckled. Our Great Qian dynasty is at its peak. Back then, we had Hong Xuanji, and now we have the Champion Marquis. From now on, all the land in the world will belong to the emperor, and all the people on the shores of the land will belong to the emperor. Zhang Buoheng nodded slightly. He turned to look at the leading ship, especially at the Essence Qi beacon on the ship. He sighed. The Champion Marquis is invincible, and his martial cultivation has already reached the peak. Now that his Essence Qi has condensed into fire beacon smoke, he is even more invulnerable to all evil. Amazing. Amazing. With the Champion Marquis, we will definitely get the Chinquan pouch of the Great Zen Temple this time. Zhang Buoheng concluded. On the side, Xiao Anren also stroked his beard and nodded slightly. The Marquis champion was already one of the few experts in the world. Now, With his army and the help of the two of them, who in the world could contend against him? Boom! However, right at this moment, an extremely terrifying fist intent suddenly descended upon him. Xiao Anren and Zhang Buang's expressions changed drastically because they felt that their understanding of the world had been distorted. They fell into an indescribably terrifying state and seemed to doubt whether they really existed in this world. The two of them looked up at the sky in horror and saw a huge Dharma body descending from the sky. The Dharma body shook and formed a huge fist print. This is the Tathagata present, the Great Thousand Seal. It's the Tathagata present sutra. It's a human immortal. The two of them were shocked. They didn't expect to see the great Zen temple's methods appear here. They also participated in the battle that destroyed the great Zen temple and also saw the terrifying battle strength of Monk Inu. His cultivation of the Tathagata present sutra left a deep impression. They thought that Monk Inu was dead, and it would be difficult to see the Tathagata present sutra again. But now he had reappeared. The two of them were covered in cold sweat. When they thought of the news about the Chinquin pouch, they suddenly thought of something. A trap. Chapter 655. In the Marquis Champion's army in the South Sea, Zhou Tong suddenly appeared, and the Great Thousand Seal descended from the sky, distorting the universe and reversing everyone's perception of the world. A huge fist print descended from the sky like a huge meteorite. The strong wind caused everyone in the fleet to be unable to move. Human immortal. It's a human immortal. The Marquis Champion's face changed, and he roared in his heart. He tried his best to resist, but it was useless because he was only a martial sage. No matter how he channeled his chi and blood, he could not resist Zhou Tong's Great Thousand Seal. Impossible. Why is there a human immortal here? And a human immortal at the peak? There shouldn't be a human immortal at the peak in the world today. Even Hong Xuanji only broke through to the human immortal realm not long ago. Why is there a human immortal here? And a human immortal who cultivates the Tathagata Now Sutra. The remnants of the great Zen temple are natural enemies of the great Qian dynasty. Could the news of the Chinquin bag be a trap? Countless horrifying thoughts appeared in the Marquis Champion's mind. He also realized that this was a trap that targeted the great Qian dynasty. A remnant of the great Zen temple had cultivated the Tathagata Now Sutra and had reached the human immortal realm. However, he did not reveal the news of the Chinquin bag until he reached the peak of the human immortal realm. It was to lure the enemy to his door and kill them all in one fell swoop. Damn it, could it be that he's targeting me? The Marquis Champion instinctively thought of this. Not long ago, he had received news of the Chinquin bag when he was fighting in the northern part of the Great Qian dynasty. At the same time, the Great Qian dynasty had also discovered the Chinquin bag at the Enchanted Bend overseas. In addition, he had been attacked by a human immortal before he even reached the Enchanted Bend. With so many things added together, the Marquis Champion did not believe that it was a coincidence. Someone must be messing with him. No, I'm invincible. I can't die here. The Marquis Champion forcefully channeled his chi and blood. At the same time, the creation gourd beside him shone brightly. He tried his best to tear the void apart and escape from Zhou Tong's fist. However, the good fortune gourd could not move at all. Zhou Tong's fist intent was like a physical object, compressing the surrounding space until it was as hard as steel. Even the good fortune gourd, which could tear through the void, could not escape. On the other side, the Marquis of Champion's blood chi finally had some effect. The void beside him suddenly cracked open, and a square sword rushed out from it. This sword had 4 sides. One side was mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. The other side was the sun, moon, and stars. The other side was the teachings of the human Tao. The other side was fishing, herding, and farming. Chi. As soon as the sword appeared, it seemed to sense the Marquis Champion's life and death crisis. With a tremor, a ray of reddish-gold sword chi that was 10 kilometers long and half a kilometer wide shot out. It tore through the void, broke through the seal of Zhou Tong's great thousand seal and slashed toward Zhou Tong. Ah, that's the Pan Huang life sword. This was the most powerful primordial divine weapon in the legends, the accessory of the first sage emperor Pan Huang. I never thought that it would fall into the hands of the Marquis of Champion. No wonder he is invincible. On the other battleships not far away, the immortal Dao Xiao Danran and righteous Wanzhong Buang exclaimed at the same time. The Pan Huang life sword was an accessory forged by the first sage emperor who killed countless evil spirits and commanded all living beings in the world. It was the #1 divine weapon in the primordial age. Legend had it that whoever wielded this sword would have the power of the primordial age and be able to control all living beings in the world. This was a divine sword of the divine Tao. The two old Taoists' voices were trembling. They had been shocked too much today. Even with their ghost immortal mentality, they were unable to calm down. First, a human immortal who cultivated the Tathagata Sutra of the present had launched a sneak attack. In their moment of despair, the Marquis of Champion had taken out the #1 divine weapon of the primordial age, Pan Huang's life sword, to break through the fist intent and give them a chance of survival. Under their expectant gazes, the sword chi from the coiling emperor life sword slashed out in reverse. All the doubts they had about the great wide world were slashed through by this sword. The terrifying aura that was like dark clouds over their heads also disappeared. This power almost made the two old Taoists kneel down. Oof. However, in the next moment, a cold snort came from the sky like a thunderclap, almost causing the souls of the two ghost immortals to dissipate at the same time. An incomparably ferocious fist intent appeared once again, forcefully shattering the sword chi of the Pan Huang life sword. Oh my god, that's the sword chi of the Pan Huang life sword. It was actually broken. The two old Taoists were extremely shocked. The scene in front of them was simply beyond their imagination. Oh no, this person is not at the peak of the human immortal realm. He is an expert who has surpassed the essence of fist intent. The Marquis of Champion's expression changed drastically. The other party's strength had once again refreshed his understanding. An expert with the essence of fist intent was comparable to an expert with an 8th-stage lightning tribulation. Even the publicly acknowledged Dream Divine Machine was definitely not a match for this person. Hanyue, open the gourd of fortune for me. The Marquis of Champion was anxious. Facing such an expert, the slightest mistake would immediately result in defeat. The scene before him was already a matter of life and death. The other party had only thrown out 2 punches, and he had already been forced to use all his trump cards to escape with all his might. It's useless. A cold voice came from the sky once again. Accompanied by this cold and heartless voice, the entire sea instantly turned into ice. Time, space, life force. Everything was about to be completely frozen, and the life force of heaven and earth would be extinguished. After Zhou Tong's fist intent materialized, his annihilation fist intent had also reached such a terrifying realm. A single fist intent was enough to freeze the world, turning the freezing of heaven and earth recorded in the great art of ice soul-cold light into reality. At the same time, Zhou Tong raised his palm and activated the Buddha's body. In an instant, all the power in the universe seemed to condense in his palm. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, birds, beasts, and endless power all gathered in Zhou Tong's palm. He directly grabbed at the Pan Huang life sword with his palm. The Pan Huang life sword trembled continuously, emitting an earth-shaking explosion. However, in front of Zhou Tong's fist intent materialized, which was comparable to an 8th tribulation ghost immortal. The Pan Huang life sword had no chance of resisting. It was directly grabbed by Zhou Tong's great divine ability and could not move. This is a good opportunity. He wants to divert his attention to suppress the Pan Huang life sword. This is the best opportunity for me to escape. The Marquis of Champion was very decisive. He was about to abandon the divine sword that had saved him many times and escape. He knew very well that his life was the most important. The divine sword was just an external object. The Marquis of Champion's expression was terrifying. He turned his head and took one last look at the figure in the void, secretly swearing, "I'll leave the Pan Huang life sword with you first. After I become a human immortal, I'll come and take it." What? How is this possible? However, when he turned his head, he immediately saw something that made him feel extremely terrified. This was because the tip of the invincible Pan Huang life sword had been bitten off by the person in the void. It was even chewing on the divine sword with crunching sounds. Pan Huang's sword was bitten off by him. This scene caused the Marquis of Champion's expression to change drastically. He could not imagine how there could be such a person in the world who could directly bite off the Pan Huang life sword with his teeth. At the side, Fang Xiandao Xiao and Zhang Buheng of the Righteous Sect were even more shocked. They had thought that their slim chance of survival was so easily broken by the other party. This person must have reached the strength of an ancient war god. It's too terrifying. Monkeying you back then was not even 1/10,000th of him. The two of them were shocked. Chapter 656. This is the Pan Huang life sword. Zhou Tong chewed on the tip of the sword, completely chewing it into pieces before swallowing it into his stomach. Immediately, a majestic power spread out from the tip of the sword, and a huge mass of essence energy fused into his body, causing every inch of Zhou Tong's flesh, blood, and bones to tremble slowly. It was a comfortable feeling like a massage. At the same time, the essence, energy, and spirit of the sword slowly fused into Zhou Tong's body. Courage, wisdom, benevolence, and integrity. These four powers slowly fused into Zhou Tong's essence, energy, and spirit. This was the will that Pan Huang had fused into the sword when he forged it. It contained Pan Huang's supreme divine ability, as well as Pan Huang's understanding of the world and all living beings. I've never felt like this before. The Pan Huang life sword is indeed Pan Huang's supreme treasure. Zhou Tong looked into his body and realized that his body was trembling and over 100 acupuncture points had appeared. After this battle, he would definitely be able to easily open over 100 acupuncture points and improve his cultivation. Next up is the Marquis Champion. Zhou Tong put away the half of the sword, then stretched out his hand again, grabbing toward the Marquis Champion. This grab seemed to have grasped the entire world and the entire void in his palm. The Marquis Champion, Fang Xiandao Xiao, and Zhang Buheng all felt as if they had turned into ants in the world. A feeling of insignificance arose spontaneously. What shocked them even more was that Zhou Tong seemed to have turned into the most terrifying giant in the world. Every move he made could affect their thoughts. Fang Xiandao Xiao and Zhang Buheng knelt on the spot. Their thoughts had been completely infected by Zhou Tong's fist intent, and they no longer had any strength to resist. I can't accept this. I still have a great dream. Everything in the world is mine. How can it be snatched away by you? The Marquis Champion bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully broke free from Zhou Tong's fist intent. At the same time, a purple divine spear appeared in his hand. This divine spear was extremely strange. There were no less than 100 eyes on the body of the spear that were constantly rotating. It was extremely strange. With a spear in hand, the Marquis of Champion was able to break free from the suppression of Zhou Tong's fist intent. He immediately soared into the air and thrust his spear outwards. He did not expect to be able to contend against Zhou Tong at all. Instead, he wanted to completely shake off Zhou Tong's fist intent that was everywhere, and then take the opportunity to escape. Divine Spear of Warmang, Marquis Champion, you really are a gift boy. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up when he saw the divine spear. He was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect the Marquis Champion to already have this divine weapon. He thought the Marquis Champion would need at least a year to get it. The divine spear of war, I must have it. Zhou Tong looked at the spear and became more and more excited. This divine spear of Warmang had been forged from 9,000 types of divine metal, 49 types of great yin true fires, and 360 divine talismans. It could be said that swallowing this divine spear of War Mang was equivalent to swallowing 9,000 different types of divine metal. Even the Pan Huang life sword did not use so many materials. Qi. The deep purple divine spear of War Mang, with 100 eyes pierced outwards at an extremely terrifying speed, accompanied by the Marquis Champion's dense blood qi and fist intent that was at the peak of the martial sage realm. It pierced outwards towards Zhou Tong's fist intent. However, the moment the Marquis Champion thrust out his spear, the fist intent that trapped him suddenly changed. Fight! 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 The invincible fist intent suddenly had an additional layer of unparalleled fighting intent. The fighting intent and fist intent fused here, turning into an extremely terrifying force. The moment the spear thrust out, it had already suppressed the Marquis Champion, forcefully suppressing all his movements and blood qi into his body. Ah! 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 The Marquis Champion roared madly in his heart, roaring furiously. However, it was useless. He was like a mosquito trapped in amber, unable to move. At this moment, Zhou Tong had already descended from the sky and stood in front of the Marquis Champion. Marquis Champion? Someone from the sky, beyond heaven? Zhou Tong held the divine spear of War Mang in his hand and smiled at the Marquis Champion. You! The Marquis Champion's heart trembled. The other party actually knew about the sky beyond heaven and knew about his origins. You're also from the sky beyond heaven? I knew it was impossible for a human immortal like you to suddenly appear in the great thousand world. It turns out that the sky beyond heaven had already set up a trap here. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to conquer the world for you. The Marquis Champion had almost lost all his arrogance. He spoke humbly, wanting to preserve his life. The Marquis Champion's greatest sense of superiority lay in his identity as a transmigrator. He was originally from the middle world, the sky beyond heaven, created after the fall of Pan Huang. He was artificially created as a transmigrator and descended into the Deqian world. He had the experience and knowledge of the sky beyond heaven, so he was born with a sense of superiority. That was why he developed such an arrogant personality. But now he suddenly realized that Zhou Tong might also be from the sky beyond heaven. His sense of superiority instantly disappeared. In order to preserve his life, he did not hesitate to lower himself. Conquer the world? Why would I need your help? When I become a sun god, the world will naturally be mine. Why would I need to fight? Zhou Tong chuckled and directly took away all the treasures on the Marquis Champion's body. Then, he threw him directly into his Dao Palace. The Marquis Champion is already in my hands. Next, I'll take these soldiers of the Qilin army with me. They can help me experiment with the cultivation of the heaven-shrouding technique. Zhou Tong flew into the sky and casually grabbed. Immediately, the entire Qilin army and the entire fleet was grabbed by Zhou Tong and taken into the Dao Palace. His most basic goal in coming to this world was to obtain the cultivation method of this world, a complete cultivation system. His next goal was to experiment with the effects of the heaven-shrouding technique, the chaotic ancient technique, and the immortal ancient technique on this world to see if they could be used. After everything was settled, Zhou Tong stood in the air and looked down at the sea below. He secretly nodded. He was extremely fast in this battle and did not miss anything. Everyone was captured by him in one fell swoop. Even all the ships were taken away by him. Outsiders had no idea what had happened. No one knows what happened to the Marquis Champion and his Qilin army. No one knows if they're dead or alive. With the Marquis Champion's current reputation, it's impossible for him to suddenly disappear without being noticed. So Deqian, the other empires, and the Holy Land should think that the Marquis Champion has gone missing himself. Zhou Tong thought to himself. I just need to check one last time to see if there are any divine souls nearby. Zhou Tong's heart stirred. A thought instantly appeared and swept across the sea within a radius of a few hundred miles. There are no fishes or shrimps that have cultivated divine souls. Looks like Chan Insha should go all out to get the Origin Valley Heavenly Pearl in the original work. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong finally nodded slightly. His last sweep was actually to guard against the Silver Shark King Chan Insha. Because the Silver Shark King had cultivated as a shark, after reincarnating, she could control the sharks in the sea to act as her eyes and ears. In the sea, she was the most well-informed. Chapter 657. On Whale Island, in the same secret chamber in the city lord's residence. At this moment, Zhou Tong was breathing in and out fiercely. Air gushed out from his mouth and nostrils, causing the void to vibrate and hum. At this moment, he suddenly stood up and pushed his palm forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the wind howled and a hurricane descended, surging violently. It was like a giant wind dragon was churning in the secret chamber. The space groaned as if it couldn't bear the pressure. Boom! With Zhou Tong's final punch, all the air currents were condensed together and turned into an extremely terrifying wind. It directly doubled the size of the secret chamber in the city lord's residence. So this is the martial arts of the Tao of creation. It's very powerful. Zhou Tong exhaled as a smile appeared on his face. After capturing the marquee of champion, square immortal Tao, and righteous sect, Zhou Tong had already obtained the cultivation techniques of the creation Tao, square immortal Tao, and righteous sect. Among them, square immortal Tao and righteous sect had both martial arts and Tao techniques. However, they were mainly Tao techniques and their martial arts were very weak. The Marquis of Champion's memory was terrifying enough. Although he didn't have the method of opening acupoints of the human immortal Tao, he was actually proficient in the visualization technique of the creation Tao, the heavenly Tao God suppression technique. The Marquis of Champion Yang and was the illegitimate son of the Qian Emperor, Yang Pan. Furthermore, Yang Pan had already done something to him. His spirit and body were fused, so he couldn't cultivate Tao techniques and could only practice martial arts. If he didn't have the cultivation techniques of Tao techniques, how could he have been searching for the method of separating his spirit and body? However, it's a pity that Yang didn't receive the true inheritance of the creation Tao. He doesn't have a method of opening acupoints. Zhou Tong shook his head in the end. He felt helpless. What he needed the most now was all kinds of methods of opening acupoints. Compared to the Yang spirit Tao, Zhou Tong's path of martial arts was much simpler. This was because martial arts mainly focused on mental tribulations. As long as one had enough training, accumulation, and comprehension, they would be able to break through quickly. Therefore, martial arts wasn't like the divine soul Tao. One still needed to find some time to go through the lightning tribulation. But to Zhou Tong, he didn't have any heart tribulation at all. He only needed to temper himself, accumulate experience, and comprehend enough to quickly break through and reach the next realm. Next up is the Pan Huang Life Spirit Sword and the War Mang God Spear that Yang had obtained. Zhou Tong made a grabbing motion, and the Pan Huang Life Spirit Sword that was missing its tip appeared before him. He directly held the sword and bit on the blade. After chewing, he immediately swallowed the blade into his stomach and slowly digested it. In just a short while, only the hilt of the Saint Tao divine sword remained. He put the sword hilt into his Tao palace and put it away. Wang. At this time, Zhou Tong's stomach had also completely digested the swords he had swallowed, turning them into an extremely huge amount of terrifying essence qi, crazily flowing up and down Zhou Tong's body. Wang, Wang, Wang. More than half of the 480 acupoints in his body were vibrating, and there were still more than 100 acupoints that had yet to be opened in his body that were slowly absorbing this huge amount of essence qi and opening them bit by bit. This process looked like magic lamps lighting up one after another, cutting through the darkness. There were also sounds of gods chanting that burst out from Zhou Tong's body bit by bit. In the end, accompanied by countless banging sounds, there was a loud bang in Zhou Tong's body. More than 100 acupoints were officially opened, and these gods officially appeared. During this process, Zhou fist intent had even improved. It directly penetrated into the depths of every acupoint, connecting one acupoint to 100 acupoints. At this moment, Zhou felt that his body was actually interacting with the greater world and the endless void of the universe. He was one with the universe. The greater world and the void of the universe was the greater heaven, and he was a lesser heaven. With the opening of the acupoints, the endless power of the greater world and the outside world was rapidly pouring into the lesser world and the human body, quickly filling up the acupoints in his body. The greater world and the outside world and the lesser world in the human body. The way of crushing the vacuum is somewhat similar to the essence of the heaven-shrouding magic. Zhou silently felt in his heart. After a long time, he took out another item. It was the divine spear of Warmang. The dark purple divine spear of Warmang seemed to have sensed something. The hundreds of eyes on the spear turned at the same time and stared at Zhou. At the same time, the spear shook violently, like a divine dragon overturning the seas and rivers. Don't bother. You've fallen into my hands. You have no chance. Zhou pressed down on the spear with one hand, and the invincible fist intent that dominated the world was directly injected into it, suppressing the entire divine spear of Warmang. No matter how much fist intent burst out from the spear, it could do nothing. Kacha! Kacha! Accompanied by the sound of metal vibrating, the light of the entire divine spear of Warmang dissipated. Half of the spear had already entered Zhou stomach. Even half of the armor that covered the divine spear of Warmang had been swallowed by Zhou. Oh! After swallowing half of the divine spear of Warmang, Zhou body shook violently. An extremely terrifying yet extremely special power began to seep into Zhou body from head to toe. This was a power that Zhou needed to evolve. The divine spear of Warmang was refined from 9,000 different divine materials. In terms of power, this spear naturally could not compare to the Pan Huang life sword. However, it contained different characteristics of different materials. Now that so many types of materials had merged into Zhou body, the essence of his divine striking stone was completely activated. His body was evolving at an extremely fast speed. His body was becoming stronger and stronger, and his blood was becoming more and more majestic. At the same time, there were hundreds of lights shining in his body. Those were the acupoints that had yet to be opened. As he evolved and opened his acupoints, the speed at which Zhou became stronger became more and more terrifying. Zhou opened his acupoints extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had opened a total of 800 acupoints in his body. At this moment, he seemed to have broken through a layer of barrier. His entire body trembled, and beads of sweat suddenly seeped out of his pores. These beads of sweat carried traces of blood as they fell to the ground. What was shocking was that these beads of sweat mixed with blood did not seep into the ground after falling to the ground. Instead, they kept squirming and changing. In the end, they turned into little people that looked exactly like Zhou. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as these little people came out, they kept swallowing the energy in the void. In the end, each little person even began to practice the fist intent of the creation path, the square immortal path, and the righteous path that Zhou had obtained not long ago. They became more and more proficient and stronger. At this moment, Zhou was a little absent-minded. He felt like he had turned into billions of people. I didn't expect the divine spear of war to be able to allow me to advance further, surpassing the essence of fist intent and reaching an even higher level, flesh and blood derivation. Zhou body trembled slightly, and the little people returned to Zhou body. In an instant, Zhou felt that his body was full of vitality. 800 acupoints cultivated to flesh and blood derivation. At this step, I'm already comparable to an expert who has gone through 9 lightning tribulations. I'm less than 500 acupoints away from shattering the vacuum. Zhou thought to himself. Chapter 658. My cultivation speed seems to be a bit fast. Zhou got up and said softly, "It has been less than a year since he came to this world, at most half a year, and he has already cultivated to the level of flesh and blood derivation. His fighting strength has reached the level of ninth stage lightning tribulation. To be able to cultivate to such a level in just a year, if this news were to spread, it would definitely shock countless people to death. However, this is normal. Who told me to be the god's striking stone?" Zhou slightly clenched his fist and raised his fist. Suddenly, the gods in his body appeared. At the same time, Zhou is like a god king, standing proudly among the gods. And what is even more frightening is that the gods vaguely show signs of dissipating into Zhou body. Zhou has never liked to have so many gods, and the like in his body. When he first created the scripture enshrouding the heavens world, he shattered the 5 elements gods in the Tao palace in his body and turned them into 5 elements essence chi. My Tao is the Tao of devouring the heavens. Since it is devouring the heavens, then the gods of heaven and earth are my targets. Zhou eyes swept across all the gods, and he instantly understood that his ultimate goal should be to completely unify all the gods and all the power. Only by unifying can he be considered to have reached the highest level. However, now I have some time to test whether this world can follow the cultivation system of shrouding the heavens world. Zhou waved his hand, and a figure fell out of the void. This person is a member of the Chilean army under the champion Marquis. Now he has already pledged allegiance to Zhou. He is just a small soldier, and his cultivation is not high. Now he is just a warrior. Greetings to Lord. As soon as this person came out and saw Zhou, he immediately knelt down and saluted. "I have a way to test it on you." Zhou smiled slightly, then waved his right hand, and a strange rune suddenly appeared in the void. This rune seems to be cast from metal and has a metallic luster and texture. This rune was actually one of the countless runes on Zhou divine striking stone's precious technique. Zhou wants to try to promote the cultivation of shrouding the heavens world in this world, but he can't directly promote it from the beginning. God knows if the people in this world can sense the sea of reincarnation, and his own body does not cultivate shrouding the heavens technique, so he can't guide others. But the chaotic ancient method is different. The first step of this method is very simple. As long as you visualize the rune and imprint it in your blood, you can succeed. What is this? Tao Talisman Tao? This person is puzzled. Try to imprint this rune imprint on your palm. Zhou looked at this person with some anticipation. He wanted to know what would happen if this kind of person who cultivated the martial arts of the Yang God world turned to cultivate the heaven-concealing technique. This person could also be considered an elite. Although this rune was very complicated, he could easily record it down after a dozen attempts by copying it. Soon enough, the rune was imprinted on his palm. Then he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to visualize this rune in his heart. Zhou looked at him nervously. At the same time, he also released all his attention and closely monitored all the movements of this person. There are fluctuations. After a while, Zhou sensed strands of ripples emerging from this person's palm. These ripples were so faint that if they were just a little weaker, he might have missed them and thought that they were the ripples of this person's blood and chi. There is some effect, but it seems that the effect is worse than enshrouding the heavens world. Is it because the world is different? Zhou frowned. He was puzzled. The world is different, and the rules of the world are different, so the final effect is very poor. But if the world is really different, then why can I use the God Striking Stone's precious technique? Why can my God Striking Stone's precious technique also work in this world? Zhou was puzzled. If every rune was weakened, and even the meaning of some of the runes changed, then the God Striking Stone's precious technique that was formed by countless runes would naturally not be able to be used in this world. But in fact, the God Striking Stone's precious technique could be used. Maybe the rules are similar, but the forms are different. Zhou pondered for a while and said in his heart, In his understanding, the ultimate great Tao was actually the same. Every cultivation system in the universe only described the great Tao from its own point of view. Just like the difference between algebra and geometry in mathematics, whether it was algebra or geometry, it was a path to the ultimate mathematics. I have a try again. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and interrupted this person's cultivation. Then he drew another rune and let him imprint this rune on his other palm. This rune was one of the Taoist runes of the Yang God world. It was also part of a secret incantation recorded in the Sutra of the past Amitabha. This person imprinted the rune on his other palm according to the method Zhou Tong had taught him before and then visualized it. In an instant, the blood energy in this person's body rolled over and over again. Then this person's face became paler and paler, as if his blood energy was overused. But Zhou Tong could clearly feel that this person had undergone a qualitative change. A divine light had appeared in the blood energy in his body. This was one of the symbols of the chaotic ancient method's blood movement realm. The profound meaning of the chaotic ancient method's blood movement realm was to transform the runes into a multicolored light, into a divine light, and into an eternal furnace. Finally, it was smelted into every inch of flesh and blood, tempering the essence of heaven and earth, and changing the body bit by bit. Not only the divine light, even his bones have undergone some changes. Zhou Tong pondered for a while. If we use the Yang God system, he has already completed the skin tempering and can start the bone tempering. The chaotic ancient method can still be cultivated. It seems that the rules of this world should be similar to the shrouding heaven world. The only difference should be in the form of expression. Zhou Tong felt a lot of emotions at this moment. Just the harvest of this experiment alone was more than his original body's 10,000 years of secluded cultivation in the shrouding heaven world. After all, this was the cultivation path of another world. It explained the great Tao from another perspective. This kind of novel point of view was the easiest to think about. When two different systems of thinking collided, it was also the easiest to burst out sparks of wisdom and promote people to improve. Traversing the heavens and 10,000 worlds is the real great opportunity, Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. However, the experiment of the chaotic ancient method is not over yet. Again, Zhou Tong did not think too much and directly took some suitable herb from the herbs left behind by the great Zen temple. After helping him circulate his blood energy to refine them, he passed down the second rune. Chapter 659. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the Taoist palace, a divine artifact refined by Zhou Tong, the 12 soldiers of the Qilin army were all sitting cross-legged with solemn expressions. Their flesh and blood were glowing, and an extremely terrifying qi, blood, and aura erupted from their bodies, causing the entire interior of the Taoist palace to seem to have turned into a sea of fire. Everyone was immersed in a strange realm. If someone were to watch from the side, they would discover that there were countless runes in each of their bodies that had fused into their flesh and blood, turning into rays of multicolored light that emitted boundless brilliance and nourished their bodies. At this moment, the airflow inside the Taoist palace was turbulent. Countless primordial qi swarmed into these people's bodies, improving their muscles, bones, flesh, and blood bit by bit. These people were glowing all over, and runes were condensed one after another. What was even more terrifying was that the light spots in their bodies were shining one after another. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 108 light spots. The places where these runes were condensed happened to be where the acupuncture points in these people's bodies were located. Human immortal. Now, these people had all become human immortals and opened 108 acupuncture points. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged not far from these people. His gaze swept across everyone's bodies. When he saw the position of the acupuncture points in each of their bodies, a trace of understanding flashed in his eyes. This was actually a brand new cultivation method. Zhou Tong had created this cultivation method by combining the chaotic ancient method and the cultivation method of the Yang God world. Although it was not considered new, it combined the cultivation methods of the two worlds. In the cultivation system of the chaotic ancient method, the cultivation of the blood movement realm was to condense runes in one's qi and blood and turn them into an eternal furnace to refine the essence of heaven and earth, thus promoting the progress of the cultivator. However, if the runes in the chaotic ancient method were converted into the runes of the cultivation system of the Yang God world, with these runes, one could directly reach the realm of swallowing and spitting primordial qi of heaven and earth. If these runes were condensed in the position of the acupuncture points, one could directly open the cultivation method of the human immortal. These 12 people were chosen by Zhou Tong. They were cultivators who had cultivated to the human immortal realm in one fell swoop. With the inexhaustible natural power of the outside world as his backup base, it meant that he was digesting natural treasures all the time and absorbing magic pills and medicines all the time. Naturally, he could easily go through the steps of strengthening his muscles, strengthening his skin, strengthening his bones, strengthening his internal organs, strengthening his marrow, and replacing his blood. The combination of the ancient chaos method and the human immortal martial way of the Yang spirit world had already taken a pioneering step in the early stages. Just the blood movement realm of the chaotic antiquity technique alone was enough to create a large group of human immortals. If he could integrate the grotto heaven realm into this system as well, he would probably have an army of peak human immortals. The most important issue here is whether or not the two major cultivation systems can really complement each other, Zhou Tong thought. The martial saints of the sun god world had a strength of about 5,000 kilograms when they swung their arms. Going from martial saint to human immortal was a huge transformation from human to immortal. Once he cultivated to the worldly immortal stage, his strength would increase by 20 to 30 times, and he would be able to surpass the chaotic ancient technique standard of 50,000 kilograms per arm. It could be said that in terms of physical strength, human immortals were all equivalent to those who had cultivated the ancient chaos method to the extreme. 108 acupoints. Every acupoint can increase one's strength by about 1,000 kilograms. Each of them has reached a strength of 200,000 kilograms with a swing of their arms. As long as one opened an acupoint, they would be a human immortal. However, if they wanted to advance to the peak of the human immortal stage, they would need to open 100 acupoints. This was another qualitative change. If it was just opening more acupoints step by step, the increase wouldn't be too great. I just don't know what kind of grotto they will be able to open up. Zhou Tong was looking forward to it. According to my theory and speculations, I might be able to open up a grotto heaven in the 129,600 acupoints around the human body. Zhou Tong thought to himself, if I can open up a grotto heaven in the human body, I might be able to open up a whole new world. During this period of time, he had thought of many ways to improve the opening of the grotto heaven. However, the only way he could think of was to open up a grotto heaven in every acupoint. If he could really open up a grotto heaven in the number of yuan, then the human body would really have countless small worlds. If every acupoint is a small kiliocosm with a radius of hundreds or even thousands of miles, then I'm afraid I'll be infinitely close to the realm of crushing vacuum. Zhou Tong also had some guesses in his heart. It's even possible to reach a different kind of crushing vacuum. Its strength is not inferior to that of crushing vacuum, but doesn't have as many magical powers as crushing vacuum. After combining the cultivation system of the Yang God world, the limit of 10 grotto heavens of the ancient chaos method was naturally lifted by more than half. However, if he wanted to truly open up a grotto heaven in the number of yuan, he still needed a lot of trials and experiments. Zhou Tong couldn't use himself to do this experiment, because this was just an attempt to explore the two cultivation systems. He didn't really want to open up a whole new cultivation system. Moreover, Zhou Tong himself couldn't see the future of this cultivation system. This was because even if the results of the deduction could really be achieved, it would at most be a cultivation system that was equivalent to the quasi-emperor realm. How had he tried himself? Let's leave these 12 people like this for the time being. If I want them to open up a grotto heaven in the number of yuan, I still need to find a way to let them cultivate to the peak of the human immortal realm. At least one acupoint has to be opened up. Zhou Tong finally shook his head. He still had a lot of things he didn't understand in the cultivation system of the Yang God, so his experiments could only be stuck. Most importantly, at this stage, he could only point out the location of the major acupoints for them. But he couldn't go deep into the acupoints and let them reach the point of opening up 100 acupoints. However, no matter what, if I want to further experiment, I can't do without the qi of heaven and earth and all kinds of genuine qi. So the first thing I need to do now is to refine a thunder pool in the Taoist palace. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and finally looked at his Taoist palace. His Taoist palace was still just an empty shell. Only by building a thunder pool could he complete the heart of the Taoist palace and have the aura of a king of divine artifacts. The most important question is how to refine the thunder pool. Zhou Tong was also a little confused. The thunder pool was something he had never come into contact with. Although the Thunder Emperor method of the shrouding the heavens world also had a thunder pool, it was obvious that these two thunder pools were different things. The thunder pool of the Yang God world was completely different from the Thunder Emperor method. Although Zhou Tong had obtained countless classics of the Yang God world, there was nothing about the structure of the thunder pool. Therefore, the thunder pool was completely blank in Zhou Tong's knowledge. Of course, from the Thunder Tribulation, one could slowly understand the structure of the thunder pool. However, Zhou Tong was only at the 6th stage of the Thunder Tribulation. If he wanted to understand the principle of the thunder pool from the Thunder Tribulation, he would need at least the 7th stage of the Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 660. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. It was now autumn. The autumn wind was bleak. Everything in the world was working hard for winter. However, at this time, a piece of news was like a bomb that woke up all the cultivators in the world. The number one expert in the world, Meng Xinji, had gone through 8 stages of tribulations. However, he was discovered in his weakened state after the tribulations. Now he was being hunted down by Peacock King Xing Xian, Heavenly Snake King Xing Mao, Xintian Mansion's leader, Saint Tu Yuan, True Gang Sect's leader, Bai Feng Xian, and Daluo Sect's leader, Zhao Feier. In order to escape, Meng Xinji had already gone overseas. Meng Xinji has already gone through 8 stages of tribulations. Is there really going to be a sun god expert in this world? Gosh, Peacock King, Heavenly Snake King, Xintian Mansion's leader, Saint Tu Yuan, Bai Feng Xian, and Daluo Sect's leader. With the 6 of them working together, Meng Xinji will definitely not be able to escape. The weakened state after 8 stages of tribulations is definitely not to be underestimated. Meng Xinji probably won't be able to monitor the world for the next few years. This is the best time to rise. The moment this news spread, all the cultivators in the world were shocked. Some people were afraid of the future, some were gloating, and some were ambitious and wanted to make a name for themselves. At this time, in a lost bend of the South Sea, Zhou Tong had returned to this place once again. He knew that there would be a battle here. At this moment, he was sitting quietly on an island. He was slowly swallowing some minerals to further condense the acupoints in his body. During this time, the mining sect on the wasteland continent had already mined some minerals that Zhou Tong had never eaten before. After swallowing and refining these minerals, 3 more acupoints in Zhou Tong's body glowed, and 3 deities were formed. When he opened his eyes, his fist intent penetrated deep into his acupoints. 1 acupoint connected to 100 acupoints. After swallowing half of Pan Huang's life sword and Mang Divine Spear, these ordinary minerals are getting harder and harder to stimulate the acupoints in my body. Zhou Tong lamented. After a few months of mining and searching, the mining sect could only open 3 acupoints in the end. Next, I'll need the other people's magic tools. Zhou Tong looked at the sky and said leisurely, According to the original work, the Peacock King, the Heavenly Snake King, the Mysterious Sky Mansion Master, Saint Tun, Bai Feng Xian, and the Daluo Sect Master should be fighting the 9 flame dragons at Enchanted Bend. The 9 flaming dragons were a Dao technique of the most supreme Dao. After the Dream Shinji survived the 7 lightning tribulations, it used the method of the creator to create 9 flaming dragons. Every fire dragon was a brand new life, a life of flesh, blood, and thoughts. However, 6 experts chasing after the Dream God Machine. Zhou Tong shook his head. How could the 6 of them chase after the Dream God Machine? After passing the 8th stage lightning tribulation, he directly found a small kiliocosm to hide. Now he was just releasing the 9 fire dragons to attract the attention of others. With the Dream God Machine's intellect, how could it go through a tribulation so recklessly? He had to make sure that everything was in order. Perhaps their true body was lying in some small world, watching the show. Wong. At this moment, the sky above the soul captivating bend suddenly lit up. Several flaming clouds appeared, and in those flaming clouds, one could occasionally see the scales and claws of huge dragons. They were all bright red, like the color of magma. The Dream God Machine's 9 flaming dragons had finally appeared. They're here. Zhou Tong stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. This was an excellent opportunity to capture all of them in one fell swoop. When would there be such a good opportunity in the world? A great opportunity for all the experts of the sacred grounds to gather together? It's so hot, what's going on? The sky seems to be brighter? What is that? Dragon. Flaming dragon. Heavens, there's a real dragon in this world. Dragon God. Dragon God. Following the appearance of the 9 flaming dragons, countless people on the island were shocked. A legendary creature had appeared in front of them. These mortals were all shocked. No, it's the 9 flaming dragons. Why would the Dream God Machine's 9 flaming dragons appear here? Is there an enemy of the most supreme Dao here? Not good. The Dream God Machine's 9 flaming dragons are here. There must be a great battle here. It's dangerous. If we continue to stay here, even the slightest shockwave will kill us. Rumor has it that after the Dream God Machine was weakened, the Peacock King and the rest chased it all the way to the sea. Could it be true? The appearance of the 9 flaming dragons instantly caused countless cultivators to panic. These 9 flaming dragons had dominated the world for many years. It could be said that countless cultivators had grown up hearing about the 9 flaming dragons. Now that they had suddenly seen it, how could they not be shocked? 9 long worms. Where's the Dream God Machine? A loud roar could be heard, and it continued to rumble in the void. You 9 long worms are quite loyal. Even at this point in the battle, you still revealed information about the Dream God Machine. Another voice could be heard, this time with a sense of calmness. The Dream God Machine has already angered everyone. Today, it will definitely die. A female voice could be heard. Shameless boasting. At this moment, one of the flaming dragons suddenly spoke. This voice was incomparably old, as if it was an antique that had lived for millions of years, but also as if it was the voice of the great Tao that had been heard before the world was created. My sect master can't be bothered to lower himself to the level of ants like you, so he left us 9 brothers to play with you. Do you think trash like you can be a match for our sect master? If our sect master is really here, do you still have the guts to come? What nonsense! Let's first kill the 9 flaming dragons today. As long as we get rid of these 9 long worms, it's equivalent to cutting off the claws of the Dream God Machine. By then, the Dream God Machine will be a toothless tiger. Another voice could be heard. It was very arrogant and had a sense of high spirits. Under the eyes of the world, he could hunt down the number 1 expert in the world, the Dream God Machine. This made him feel very good, and he was very proud. We 9 brothers were originally created from the void by our sect master. Even if we are destroyed, we can still be reborn easily. I want to see if you guys are immortal and indestructible. The fire dragon's ancient voice laughed maniacally. Haha, bunch of idiots. If we really put our lives on the line, do you think you can still make it to the outer sea alive? Another flaming dragon also clamored. That's right, at most, we will die together. We will be indestructible, but this group of people might not be. One of the flaming dragons was also extremely arrogant. This group of flaming dragons had followed the dream god machine and roamed the world for hundreds of years. They had seen everything in the world and fought with all kinds of experts. Naturally, they were all incomparably arrogant. Chapter 661. Boom! Just as the fire dragons were shouting, a terrifying fist mark suddenly descended from the sky. The huge fist mark carried a terrifying fist intent that could freeze the world. For a moment, everyone present was shocked. They felt as if they had suddenly arrived at the extreme north, where everything was frozen. A peerless and terrifying intent of annihilation appeared in everyone's hearts. Almost everyone's thoughts were greatly stagnated. Who is it? One of the 9 fire dragons suddenly looked up at the sky and raised its scorching red dragon claw to meet the attack. Boom! However, just as the dragon claw and the icy fist mark collided, the dragon claw instantly exploded in the void. Pieces of dragon scales, flesh, and even ruby-like bones and claws were all shattered. After shattering the dragon claw, the icy fist mark exploded again. Its power did not decrease. The huge fist intent lightly shook the void. Boom! Only to hear a muffled, thunderous sound from the fire clouds in the void. It was as if thunder had exploded in the void. Then, the fire clouds in the sky let out a violent dragon roar. Dozens of miles away, it could be heard clearly. That was the cry of a giant dragon. However, the dragon roar came to an abrupt end. Suddenly, a rain of ice began to fall from the sky. Ice blue ice cubes with bright red dragon blood and dragon scales continuously fell from the sky. After falling, the ice cubes, dragon blood, and dragon scales all disappeared. The 9 fire flame dragon was formed by condensing flames using Tao techniques. The dragon blood and dragon scales were all formed by the fire aura. After everything was frozen, the fire aura was also extinguished by the ice sealing fist intent. Just one fist mark was enough to make everyone tremble in fear. One of the 9 fire dragons that could make children cry was completely destroyed. Under the icy fist intent of annihilation, this fire dragon could not even be revived. If the dream god machine wanted to restore the power of the 9 fire dragons, it would have to refine another one. Who is it? He killed the 9 fire dragon with one punch. The Peacock King was shocked. He immediately looked up at the sky. What ferocious and terrifying fist intent. He killed a 9 fire dragon with one punch. The others also looked up at the sky in shock. They saw Zhou Tong walking down from the sky step by step. With every step he took, there was a force in the void that held him back, as if there was an invisible staircase. All the cultivators who saw this scene felt their hearts skip a beat. That kind of vitality, that kind of fist intent, human immortal. Without a doubt, this was a human immortal, an incomparably terrifying human immortal. The most important thing was that this person was actually using the power of his physical body to travel in the void. It was simply terrifying. Back then, monk Inu, who was known as the Fighting Buddha in the Great Zen Temple, could not reach such a state with his cultivation base of human immortal. A human immortal who could travel in the void with his physical body was the greatest reliance of a Taoist master when facing him. The reason why Taoist masters dared to provoke human immortals was because they knew that human immortals could not fly. As long as they kept a certain distance, human immortals would not be a threat at all. However, the person before him had broken this rule. Roaming the world with his physical body, this kind of worldly immortal, this kind of worldly immortal. Could it be that there is no young god in this world, but a vacuum-shattering expert? The Peacock King looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Vacuum-shattering. At this moment, everyone's faces turned ugly. They did not expect to meet such an invincible existence here. Even the 9 fiery dragons showed a trace of fear because this person was truly an existence that could kill them. That kind of fist intent was definitely their nemesis. Once they were hit, they would really die. At that time, even if the Dream Divine Machine attacked, it would only create a few more fiery dragons, not the original ones. These fiery dragons had lived for hundreds of years. They were not willing and did not want to die at all. I heard that you can resurrect after you die. I just don't know if you can really survive after being hit by my extinction fist intent. When Zhou Tong said this, the remaining fiery dragons were even more terrified. Not good. Get into formation. The leading fiery dragon suddenly roared. In an instant, the remaining 8 fiery dragons were all connected head to tail, forming a fiery dragon formation and fiercely descending. This was the ultimate killing move of the 9 fiery dragons. Countless experts in the world had fallen under this move. Just 8 long worms. Do you really think you can do anything to me? You'd better follow that long worm from before. Zhou Tong said leisurely. At the same time, a freezing fist intent instantly froze the sea and space-time within a radius of hundreds of miles. It's this fist intent again. In an instant, everyone was shocked and angry because this fist intent had frozen the world and left them with no way to escape. The remaining 8 fiery dragons of the Dream Divine Machine had no way to escape, but the other cultivators who came to kill the Dream Divine Machine naturally could not escape either. Damn it, this human immortal doesn't want to kill us all in one fell swoop. Does he? The master of the mysterious Sky Mansion's face was a little ugly. Looking at the range of the fist intent, it did not look like he was going to deal with the 9 fiery dragons alone. Instead, he was going to attack them as well. What are you afraid of? He's just a human immortal. After going through the first lightning tribulation, we are no longer the same as when we faced Inu. If this human immortal dares to attack us, we'll just kill him directly. The Peacock King was shocked, and a trace of anger emerged in his heart. That's right, that's how it should be. The Sky Snake King's voice was also heard. Although she was a woman, she had a heroic aura. After going through the first lightning tribulation, these people had experienced the ascension of their divine souls and Taoist skills. Naturally, they were filled with boundless confidence. That was why they dared to kill the Dream Divine Machine. Annihilation, fist intent, break. Zhou Tong glanced at them and directly punched at the sky. In an instant, the fist intent covered all directions and split into 8 fist prints in the void. They hit the 8 fiery dragons in the sky. At the same time, the 8 fiery dragons shot out fire pellets and hit the fist prints. Crack, 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 crack. However, the moment the fire pellets and the fist prints came into contact, the overwhelming power of the flames was frozen by the powerful annihilation fist intent. Even the center of the 8 fiery dragons froze at the same time. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Accompanied by the shrill roars of the dragons, the 8 fiery dragons were frozen in the void at the same time. Then, the ice dissipated and all the fiery dragons disappeared. The shattered ice shards caused a blue snow to fall on the entire island. The 8 fiery dragons formed a formation and attacked together. However, they were instantly defeated by Zhou Tong. The fiery dragons that had dominated the world for hundreds of years were now history. Next, it's your turn. Zhou Tong turned to look at a few people not far away. These people were the ones who were chasing the Dream Divine Machine. Peacock King Xing Xian, Sky Snake King Xing Mao, Mysterious Sky Mansion Master Nalan and Huang, Essence Temple Grand Elder Saint Tu Yuan, True Gang Sect Leader by Feng Xian, and Daoyuo Sect Leader Zhao Fei Er. Chapter 662. At the same time, on the other side, just as the first fire dragon was killed, in a certain small world beside the dragon transformation pool, a figure was sitting cross-legged beside the dragon transformation pool. This person wore a tall hat and was wearing a large robe. His robe was fluttering in the wind, as if the entire space was his robe. This person's hair was slightly white, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. His expression was also very gentle, and there was a unique and indescribable sense of intimacy, as if he was a close friend with everyone. This person's eyes, in particular, seemed to contain all the passionate emotions in the world. They did not seem like the eyes of a cultivator at all, but the eyes of a person with strong emotions. It was as if they were the eyes of a person who had combined all the emotions of a human. This person was the sect leader of the most supreme path, Dream Shinji. His eyes showed that he had reached an extremely terrifying realm of the most supreme path's Tao techniques. The Tao was emotionless, but emotional. At this moment, the Dream Shinji's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. All the burning emotions disappeared without a trace. His entire being became incomparably cold. His eyes were even colder. It was as if all the emotions in the world could no longer remain in his heart. Who is it? Who dares to kill my 9 fiery fire dragon? Dream Shinji's voice was cold and emotionless. The passionate scene from before seemed like an illusion. The terrifying voice reverberated throughout the entire small world. Although he was furious, Dream Shinji was very clear that the 9 fiery fire dragon was created by him as a creator. Even if it was killed, it would return to the dragon transformation pool and be revived. To be able to wipe out the life imprint of a 9 fiery fire dragon, the person's strength was definitely not below his, or even stronger. To have strength comparable to mine, there's definitely no such person in the great world. Could it be that someone from the heavens beyond heaven has entered the great world? Dream Shinji had some guesses and doubts in his heart. Gotcha! Just as Dream Shinji was guessing, the dragon transformation pool in front of him suddenly cracked open, and cracks filled the entire dragon transformation pool. Then, with a boom, the entire dragon transformation pool exploded, turning into the most majestic and vast fire aura, which surged throughout the entire small world. Dream Shinji's heart moved slightly, and a mysterious light appeared on the surface of his body. As soon as the light appeared, it turned into eternity and blocked all the countless flames outside. All 9 fire dragons have been killed. Meng Shinji's face turned even colder. At the same time, in Zhou Tong's Holy Ji Palace. What a great harvest! With a wave of his hand, Zhou Tong tossed all the magical treasures onto the ground. The 9 fire flame dragon had been killed by Zhou Tong alone. How could the others escape? After killing the 9 flame dragon, Zhou Tong took care of Peacock King Xing Xian, Heavenly Snake King Xing Mao, Mysterious Sky Mansion's Dark Emperor, Essence Temple's Grand Elder Saint Tu Yuan, True Gang Sect Master by Feng Xian, and Daoyuo Sect Master Zhao Feier. With the suppression of a fist intent, everyone was sealed in ice, unable to escape. With the combat power derived from Zhou Tong's flesh, it was comparable to a 9th Lightning Tribulation Stage cultivator. Against these 3rd and 4th Lightning Tribulation Stage cultivators, he only needed one move. Moreover, they couldn't even escape. After suppressing them, the 5 Elements Sect, Mysterious Sky Mansion, Essence Temple, True Gang Sect, and Daoyuo Sect's magical treasures all fell into Zhou Tong's hands. The 5 Elements Sect, Essence Temple, True Gang Sect, and Daoyuo Sect are fine. However, the Mysterious Sky Mansion's Mysterious Sky Dark Record is indeed a Yang God's technique. It's the exact opposite of the Great Zen Temple's past Amitabha Sutra. Zhou Tong praised. Zhou Tong didn't care too much about the other techniques because they were basically passed down by ordinary Lightning Tribulation Stage cultivators. However, the Mysterious Sky Mansion's Mysterious Sky Dark Record was different. It was a technique passed down by an ancient Yang God. The Mysterious Sky Mansion's Tao technique was worshipped by Tao Lord Xiantian. Tao Lord Xiantian was formed from the darkness before the chaos of the world. Zhou Tong quietly comprehended the sutra and visualized Tao Lord Xiantian in his heart. Suddenly, he felt as if the world was spinning and an extremely terrifying darkness was reflected in front of him. It was as if the whole world had turned from day to night in an instant. After just a moment of comprehension, Zhou Tong felt as if he was about to fall into the darkness. It was as if this darkness was a black hole that was swallowing him. However, it wasn't just a simple darkness. Instead, There was light within the darkness. Just like the flow of yin and yang, the exchange of life and death, the darkness of the mysterious sky dark record also contained a kind of light. At the same time, he was comparing this sutra with the great Zen temple scripture. The mysterious sky dark record's concept was darkness and the end. When cultivated to the extreme, darkness would give birth to light, the opening after the end. The past Amitabha Sutra's concept was light and eternity. When cultivated to the extreme, light would give birth to darkness, the end after the end. Darkness and light were opposites. End and eternity were also opposites. The things recorded in these two sutras were completely opposite. The more he comprehended, the more Zhou Tong could comprehend the true mystery of these two sutras. Even Zhou Tong himself could infer the contents of the mysterious sky dark record based on his understanding of the past Amitabha Sutra. Light and darkness flowed in his body. Eternity and end alternated in his heart. As he comprehended, Zhou Tong gradually put in half of his thoughts. At the same time, a black fog appeared on his left palm. Finally, this fog condensed into a black devil's snare flower. Then, the devil's snare flower formed into a black crystal plate. This was the dark mandala canopy that was recorded in the dark heaven dark record. The moment this dark barrier formed, the other half of Zhou Tong's thoughts condensed in the palm of his right hand. Soon, a ball of light suddenly appeared. This light condensed into a light mandala canopy in the void. After this light mandala canopy condensed and formed, it violently wrapped around the dark barrier. Boom! Light and darkness suddenly merged together, suddenly making this place chaotic and misty. It was as if they had come to the beginning of the world, as if a brand new world was created. At the same time, Zhou Tong also felt his thoughts suddenly collapse, like a star exploding and collapsing into a black hole. In just a moment, the merged barrier in front of him became infinitely small, turning into a point in the beginning of the universe. The fusion of light and darkness, the alternation of end and eternity, the originally countless opposites at this moment seemed to be completely blended together, turning into chaos. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to be contained in it. This feeling, the feeling of the beginning of the world, is completely different from the shrouding the heavens world. Zhou Tong silently experienced this feeling in his heart. The shrouding the heavens world was actually a world directly created by laws and power. In fact, the Yang God world's original realm of creating a world with a thought was similar to creating a world. But at this moment, Zhou Tong felt another way to create a world. It was as if the opposite things between heaven and earth were fused, then infinitely shrank, and finally exploded into a brand new world. Boom! At this moment, Zhou Tong finally waited for the moment of the Big Bang. The infinitely shrinking world suddenly exploded, and naturally, Zhou Tong's thoughts also erupted. Moreover, each of his thoughts became stronger than before. In the past, each of his thoughts had a radius of 3 feet, but now they had become several times larger, reaching a radius of 10 feet. And each thought seemed to have experienced the beginning of the world, condensed to the extreme, as if there was a real small world circulating in each thought. Chapter 663. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and said softly, "The fusion of light and darkness, even my original body, has never felt the Tao of creation." With this transformation, he already had the ability to pass through the 7 stages of lightning tribulation without a period of weakness. Next, he only needed to quietly wait for the lightning tribulation to descend. Next up are your magic treasures. Perhaps they can help me open up to 900 acupoints. Zhou Tong looked at the magic treasures not far away. They were all items he had found on the bodies of these cultivators. Unfortunately, the future of the whole world was calculated by the 100 schools of thought and the eternal heavenly emperor. Everyone is waiting for the appearance of the EZ. Otherwise, with my current strength, why would I need to sneak around like this? I can directly rush into the great Qian dynasty, kill the imperial city, kill the Qian emperor and Hong Xuanji, and seize the boat of good fortune. Zhou Tong also sighed in his heart. If not for the eternal heavenly emperor, Taoist creation, and the others, he would have directly eaten the boat of good fortune. Who knows how many apertures he would have opened and how much progress he would have made. The appearance of the EZ was the result of the calculations of the 100 schools of thought and the eternal heavenly emperor. If someone appeared to disrupt their plans, Zhou Tong could not guarantee what their attitude would be at that time. If the eternal heavenly emperor directly separated a thought from the land of origin, the whole world would be suppressed by him. Therefore, the most important thing now was to hide and grow until he had a trump card that could compete with the eternal heavenly emperor and the others. It could be said that this sun god world was more difficult to rise than the shrouding heaven world. At least the shrouding heaven world's restricted area sovereigns spent most of their time sleeping, and those restricted area sovereigns only wanted to become immortals and would not casually interfere with the cultivators of the outside world. But in the sun god world, most things were calculated to be dead, and the difficulty of rising was more difficult than the shrouding heaven world. No matter, as long as I'm strong enough, I have enough strength. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then picked up a magic weapon from the side and swallowed it. Suddenly, more than a dozen apertures in his body that had not been opened were ready to move. He had already opened more than 800 apertures. If he wanted to continue opening more apertures, it would be much more difficult than before. Even Zhou Tong did not dare to say that this batch of treasures would allow him to open 1,000 acupuncture points. As long as he could open 900, he would have achieved his goal. While Zhou Tong was devouring these treasures, the outside world was peaceful. Zhou Tong captured all the Taoist masters in the holy lands of the vast thousand world. The whole process was so fast that the whole world did not have time to react. The world only knew that Peacock King Xing Xian, Heavenly Snake King Xing Mao, Mysterious Sky Mansion's Dark Emperor, Essence Temple's Grand Elder Saint Tu Yuan, True Gang Sect Master by Feng Xian, and Aluo Sect Master Zhao Fei, had chased after Meng Shun Ji all the way to the sea. However, no one knew what happened after that. Even if they went missing, not many people knew about it. After all, the overseas region was so big. Who knew where they were fighting? Furthermore, if there was no news, everyone would think that they had failed to kill the Dream God Machine. In fact, there was no need to say anything. The whole world had already predicted the process and the result. There was no room for Zhou Tong to interfere. However, on the other side, at the top of the vast thousand world at the origin land, there was a long bridge that stretched across the sky like a rainbow. The river of time flowed quietly under the bridge, making it feel as if time was passing by quickly. In the center of the bridge stood a person. He did not look old or weathered. Instead, he looked like a middle-aged man in his prime. This bridge was the crystallization of the wisdom of the philosophers, the Nirvana Bridge. The person who suppressed the bridge was the first person in the Archean era, the creator of the immortal Tao in the Yang God world, the Longevity Emperor. Buzz, 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 buzz. At this moment, the suppressed Nirvana Bridge began to shake. The terrifying force caused cracks to appear in the void. It was as if the entire origin land was about to be destroyed. EZ hasn't appeared yet, but the Nirvana Bridge is acting strangely. The Longevity Emperor's aged voice rang out. His voice seemed to be able to connect the past, present, and future. His voice spread out and filled the entire space like water. The Longevity Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This was clearly beyond his expectations. But soon, the Longevity Emperor's surprise disappeared. Then, countless runes flew out from his body and turned into talismans that stuck to the Nirvana Bridge, suppressing the fluctuations of the bridge. However, at this moment, all of a sudden, buzz! A group of figures suddenly appeared at the highest point of the Nirvana Bridge. This group of people were all wearing tall hats and strange clothes. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the spirits of the 100 sages. As soon as the spirits of the 100 sages appeared, they immediately exploded the Longevity Emperor's talismans with a bang. Then, they turned into a ray of light and left the origin land. It seems that something has changed in the Great Thousand Realms. The sage's backup plan has changed. Something unexpected has happened. The Longevity Emperor's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw this. In fact, the Longevity Emperor had long noticed the backup plan that the sages had set up on the Nirvana Bridge. However, he had never taken any action. Instead, he had let them go because he had a bet with the sages. 100 sages, you didn't even care about the bet with me. No matter what, you had to take action personally. I'm afraid the EZ's existence is the only thing that could make all of you rush out to save the bridge. The Longevity Emperor let out a long sigh. Perhaps something huge has happened in the Great Thousand Realms, causing countless changes to the EZ's birth. It might even be impossible for him to be born. However, aren't you afraid that the King of Divine Weapons will escape your control if you leave the Nirvana Bridge like this? The Longevity Emperor chuckled. Although he said this, the Longevity Emperor did not take any action. He did not take the opportunity to refine the Nirvana Bridge. At his level, a King of Divine Weapons was no longer useful to him. However, to be able to cause the sage's plan to fail, to cause the plans of the wisest people in the Great Thousand Realms to fail, I'm curious about the changes in the Great Thousand Realms. Who is it that can actually do this? The Longevity Emperor had a strong desire to leave this place and see what had ruined the sage's plan. Well, no matter what the changes are, they will eventually come to this place. I'll wait here for a while. However, I'm not sure if the sages or someone else will come to me in the end. The Longevity Emperor said one last time. Soon, the origin land fell into silence again. Chapter 664. In the Heavenly Witch City in the Outer Sea Wasteland, Zhou Tong quietly sat cross-legged in the secret chamber. Beside him were piles and piles of ores. It's really efficient to let these cultivators mine ores. It's only been a few months, but so many ores that I've never seen before have appeared. Zhou Tong looked at the ores in front of him, feeling very pleased. Ordinary divine striking stones only needed to eat, and eat to advance, but Zhou Tong, as a divine fetus bred by the divine striking stone, had a wider range of food, so naturally his speed of improvement was faster. Buzz! As Zhou Tong ate, the aperture acupoints in his body opened up further, and an extremely special type of true qi began to be nurtured in his aperture acupoints like flowing water. This feeling, it's the true qi formed by devouring everything in the world, and it even has the characteristics of transforming everything in the world. Zhou Tong silently felt the new strand of true qi that was born in his body. Every cultivator who practiced martial arts and Taoist techniques would be able to produce all kinds of true qi once they reached an extremely high level of cultivation. Some true qi was directly extracted from nature, such as the geomagnetic true qi, thunderbolt true qi, divine wood true qi, and other things that were born in the world. Some true qi was condensed by cultivators with special methods, such as the Eternal Emperor's moral true qi or the Taoist creation's central wuji hollow true qi. Now, as Zhou Tong devoured more and more types of divine materials, his true qi was gradually born in his body. It was a terrifying mass of chaotic true qi that seemed to contain the mountains and rivers of the world, the sun, the moon, and the stars, as well as the endless creation of the world. With a thought, Zhou Tong immediately summoned this mass of true qi into his palm, and finally, following his will, it turned into a pitch-black divine sword. He casually held the sword and brandished it a few times. Suddenly, a strong and terrifying intent bloomed from the divine sword, filling the entire secret chamber. Zhou Tong himself didn't use any fist intent, but the sword contained a real and terrifying fist intent, which was enough to cause harm to a ghost immortal with 3 or 4 lightning tribulations. If this sword was placed in the outside world, it would definitely be a peerless divine weapon sought after by everyone. However, it was merely transformed from the vital energy that Zhou had nurtured in his acupuncture points. This true qi can create things out of thin air, and it can even transform everything in the world. Let's call it primordial true qi. Zhou casually gave a name to the jinqi that he had comprehended. Then, he swallowed the sword back into his stomach. After that, he continued to devour minerals, further strengthening the jinqi in his body. With the devouring, the primordial genuine qi became stronger and stronger, and the power contained in it became more and more mysterious. It even stimulated the acupoints in his body. Even more than a dozen acupoints that had not been discovered before were broken through one after another under the effect of this genuine qi. Every acupoint in the human body was extremely mysterious and contained the profound truth of heaven and earth. Moreover, the condensation of acupoints could complement each other with Taoist techniques. There were a total of 129,600 thoughts that had been cultivated from the way of the spirit, and there were also 129,600 acupoints in the human body. This was the internal and external world. The spirit corresponded to the external world, and the body corresponded to the internal world. In the future, when the spirit and the body finally broke through, there would be a mysterious connection. Now, the genuine qi circulating in his acupoints had also begun to reflect in his divine soul, causing his divine soul to become more and more stable. Every thought in his mind was like an indestructible divine stone. In particular, the embryonic form of a world gradually appeared in every thought. In this world, there were mountains, rivers, plants, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Moreover, it gave people a strong feeling that these mountains, rivers, plants, sun, moon, and stars were not fake, but real. If someone saw Zhou thoughts, they could even feel a scorching heat from the sun in the embryonic form of the world and a chill from the moon. Soon, Zhou swallowed all the minerals around him, and the number of opened acupoints in his body had reached 960. Sure enough, the more condensed the acupoints are, the more mysterious the things needed. Zhou sighed, somewhat dissatisfied. In addition to the minerals and magic weapons, there were also other methods passed down from the Holy Lands. For example, the mysterious sky mansion was the orthodoxy passed down by the Yang god Xian. In their orthodoxy, there were hundreds of methods to condense acupoints. For example, the Daoyuo sect was supplemented by some methods to condense acupoints by Hong Xuanji. However, most of these acupoints were already condensed by Zhou, and only a few dozen acupoints were not condensed by Zhou before. Peacock King Xing Xian, Heavenly Snake King Xing Mao, Mysterious Sky Mansion's Dark Emperor, Essence Temple's Elder Tu Yuan, True Gang Sects by Feng Xian, Daoyuo Sect Zhao Fei'er. They're all the most frightening people in the world. If these people disappeared, it would not affect them in the short term. But now it's hard to say. Zhou opened his eyes and said softly, "The butterfly effect of my arrival in this world is getting more and more intense. I'm afraid those elders have already noticed that something is wrong. I should take this opportunity to get some things in advance." With a thought, his thoughts tore void space apart. Zhou had already left the sea and returned to land. At the same time, on the other side, Great Qian Dynasty, Yujing City, Wuhan Marquis residence. Ever since Hong Yi came out from the Pure Fox Tribe in the Yujing West Mountain, he obtained the Pure Fox Tribe's pagoda of visualization and started to cultivate it. As a scholar, he trained in the art of meditation from a young age. He was able to cultivate this technique very quickly, and his cultivation speed was also very fast. However, Hong Yi was also a person who liked to court death. When he first cultivated to the point where his Yin spirit could leave his body, he went to peek at Hong Xuanji. In the end, his soul was damaged, and he even missed the imperial examination. Hong Yi was lying on the bed in his house and looked at the ceiling blankly. He regretted that he went to peek at Hong Xuanji and caused his soul to be damaged. He even missed the imperial examination. D***, I was too careless and missed the imperial examination. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to make Hong Xuanji admit his mistake again. Hong Yi's heart was filled with bitterness and frustration. He had never felt so terrible before. He had prepared for this imperial examination for a long time, just so that his mother could enter the Hong family's ancestral hall. However, he had missed this opportunity. He felt that he would probably never have such an opportunity again in his life. Am I going to live like this for the rest of my life? If my physical body is damaged, I can go to the medical hall to treat it. But if my soul is damaged, how can I treat it? Hong Yi's eyes were blank, as if he could not see any hope for the future. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.